Доброе утро, дамы и господа.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andrei Biklemishev. I'm Vice President of international research company called IDC, and we studied digitalization markets worldwide for 60 years in a row. And besides, I do have some public engagements. I am a member of Social Council under the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Airspace Industry. So the topic is how to train Kazakh IT managers, and CAO International Academy that puts together the programs for CAO globally. So that is the organization established in Japan. So the topic for 3-day forum, and today is the third day, is Industry X. And as I said yesterday during the plenary session, it is not about Industry 4.0. And the message is that it is beyond Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is the foundation for digital transformation of industry, and the focus is made on that. And today's first session is devoted to education for Industry 4.0 and personnel training for digital future. So indeed, this session surprised me, why they decided to have it during day 3, because this is the core, actually, and prime ministers talked about that yesterday. There are lots of technologies worldwide, and they're rapidly developing. However, to have a technology doesn't mean that we are able to use it. And it has nothing to do with the infrastructure or something else. All we need predominantly is personnel members to operate those technologies. And I think that today this session is the most important session. I see that this room may not fit people who would like to attend this session, because this topic needs to be discussed everywhere. And I guess that we have gathered a unique audience to a certain extent, and the unique speakers certainly, and those speakers will discuss the topic from different angles, from the perspective of the state, from the perspective of the higher education institutions, and from the perspective of the industry. And it is my great honor and pleasure to invite Minister of Science and Higher Education, Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Sayasat Nurbek, Kines Hamitovich Rakishev, CEO of Thinkcraft Group, Sirikbay Bisikeyev, Chairman Arman, Savdir Nazir, Senior Vice President, Huawei Technologies, Middle East and Central Asia, and Askar Kusukbekov, President, International University for Informational Technologies. So, we do have the representatives of global technology giants as Huawei. We have representatives of the Kazakhstani holdings and industry players. We do have the minister and higher educational institutions. I think that we have a good coverage in terms of educational sector. And I would like to start with Honorable Minister Sayasat. So firstly, and I would like to ask every one of you, dear speakers, so firstly, what is your opinion? Is it enough, actually, in Kazakhstan? Is it enough personnel members in order to seek for the further development of Industry 4.0? And then we will try to understand the peculiarities of the problem. Perhaps we could talk about some potential solutions for the issue. And in the end, the session is going to be completed with some insights and the words for the youngsters, because as you see, we have so many young people in the audience, and today today is a day when we have invited school and university students, and they have day off today, and day 3 was arranged for, on purpose for those who are currently studying, and we will have some time for you to share your insights. So let us start with the following. Do you think that we do have a shortage of personnel members? Perhaps it is a global issue, because I've heard about this issue, and it's typical not only for Eurasian Economic Union countries, but for the global community as well. Please. Thank you very much, Andrei. Good morning, dear audience members, dear members to the forum. Yes, indeed, this issue is really important and crucial. And Andrei asked me a question when we had a side talk, and you just raised the question, why day 3, the last day, was devoted to education. I would go in depth, for IT actually, and for digital economy overall. Education is not just the key component to the capital. People is the asset. The IT industry is unique to a certain extent, because people is what you have to invest. If other branches would be comprised of different components, like infrastructure, technologies, equipment, and so on. However, when it comes to digital industry, the key asset for this industry is people. And we have to be clearly understanding that. And I think that good venture capitalists and founders do perfectly well understand that. You gotta have a person with a vision. You have to start with the individual. It is going to be your technology. It is going to be the core of your competence. It is going to be the core of your value-added component. Now, let us be back to Kazakhstan. The situation in Kazakhstan is pretty interesting. We have 82 higher educational institutions, and predominantly all of them do have the licenses to train IT experts. We don't have problems in terms of quantity. We have experts with diploma in ICT. Baturbek is going to be making a reference. His driver is an ID expert. He has a diploma in informational systems. We don't have a problem in terms of quantity. We have two problems. One has to do with quality. Unfortunately, the content of curricula, those 82 universities propose predominantly are not the curricula that would address the needs of the industry, and those universities don't have the university, they don't have labs, they don't have faculty members in order to ensure the quality of education. And yes, indeed, we have 14 different Kazakh universities, and we have evaluated the quality, and the level is quite decent. It is Kazakh British Technical University, Al-Farabi, Suleiman Demirel University, the University for Technologies. Askar is here as well, and he will brief about IT. Astana University, so this is a rep of some technical universities there. And yes, indeed, we do have a number of universities who do it right, who do the upgrade of their curricula, and they invest in labs and infrastructure, and we provide freedom starting from last year, and up to 92% of content of curricula may be identified independently by the universities together with the industry. For instance, in our engineering university, we have established industrial councils so that the representatives of the companies could have a direct impact upon the curricular development, and this is going to be our full-fledged practice. Indeed, technical universities have to be in close cooperation with the industry. And the second problem that I would like to name theme is infrastructure related. Unfortunately, infrastructure, yes. So engineering education has to be revised, the approach to engineering education. An unpleasant situation has been evolving back in 90s, trying to optimize the universities in many regional institutions. They would unite pedagogical universities with technical. Pavlodar, Karaganda, Simei. We had a great university institute for food processing and pedagogical institution, and they just united them together. So the pedagogical part, as more active, more aggressive, started suppressing the technology experts. And in majority of the regional universities, the technology part became weakened, and pedagogists started taking over, and now we have launched a very important project, which is a national model for engineering education. And we have made the assessment of how we train engineers, what notebooks we use, what departments are the strongest in terms of the quality, do they have enough faculty members, what standards for training are we following, because there's a rethinking globally, we visited MIT, for instance, and now they're revising the standards for the engineering curricula, making spaces, labs, 3D printing, mini corners, where students, could do something. The former basement of MIT is now converted into a huge workshop. Different types of welding machines, everything is there. And blacksmith machines. So when I talked to Vice President, I asked him about the logics. He said, well, we select the best kids with the best engineering background, and then they enroll, and what they see, they see much more calculus and mathematics and other subjects. This was something that the kid's been doing for the last 6 years of his life in order to make it. He has the best GPA, SAT, and then the dropout rate is immense. During year 1, year 2, they think that they will be, doing something else, but then they get the same, calculus, advanced calculus, calculus 2, nothing. So MIT president told me that we want the application, and the applied science. Engineering thinking nowadays, the fundamental is fundamental. That was the key for the Soviet education. Soviet engineers were so valuable worldwide, and they managed to provide unique engineering solutions. So forming of the correct engineering thinking needs to be well grounded, and we want to keep that foundation. Now, the higher educational institutions think, it's an easy thing to do. A year or 2 years later, you will get an engineer. No. In order to have a true engineer, so that he or she could have the in-depth thinking, the software developers are easy to be trained. There are lots of softwares, there are lots of applications, lots of online courses, and so on. However, to have a true, authentic engineer who would understand the approach, the philosophy, and the architecture, it's a hard thing to do. So this is what we want to do. We want to concentrate on that and make a focus over the quality of personnel training. I totally agree with you in terms of the quantity versus quality. And in our service, in terms of IT experts in Kazakhstan, we have witnessed the same. We do have enough people. However, the complaint is that we don't have decent quality of education. So the quality leaves much to be desired. So therefore, many IT experts work as accountants. We have lots of IT female officers who eventually become accountants. And they just operate 1S accounting, or because they perfectly know Excel. Yes, this is a really important thesis. Industry 4.0 is not about IT operators. It is about engineers. So now I would like to ask Sirikbay and Kenyas, how do you see the situation is going to be evolving as customers, as end users? Do we have a deficit in terms of experts to develop Industry 4.0? I'm not going to be talking about other specialties. Just let's concentrate on the digital part. Is it going to be possible for Kazakhstan to make that breakthrough? We have state-of-the-art robots. However, the intention is not to have them used occasionally, but to have scaled up Industry 4.0. Sirikbay, let's start with you. Thank you. Andrei, the very right question was raised. The major issue, I think, is that every single country has to do whatever possible in order to strive for better welfare for each and every citizen, so that the citizens are proud to be a citizen of the developed, advanced country, and to make enough money to ensure children are well educated. So the question is, what can we do in order to become competitive? Of course, you got to concentrate on people. It is about people who make a difference. It is people who make new technologies. It is people who create new jobs. So therefore, we have to understand that clearly, And, there was a hunger for fields, for having as many loans provided as possible. However, we have enough money here within Kazakhstan. We've got to create conditions in order for us to invest in-house. And yes, indeed, we have 400,000 new citizens born every single year. However, we still have a deficit in terms of filling in positions. And one of the solutions, the way I see it and the way I suggested doing, and I have handed over this proposal to the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, the proposal was that we have to concentrate on professional training for school students. If you remember, back in Soviet times, we had really good engineering education, and we had a lesson. You had a chance to have a specialty diploma being a school student, and we don't have this practice anymore. So it was a part of the vocational training, So eventually we get unhappy people who deal with something that he or she has been made to. The relatives would insist on entering university, and then this person becomes an unhappy adult, And it is important, actually, to make sure that children try themselves to be professionals and try different areas, Within Arman Holding, we created a product allowing to try up to 10 engineering professions being a school student, so that children could try it on, in order for kids to decide whether they have an interest, whether they do have a professional appetite for that. We created platforms and notebooks, STEM lessons, for instance. It's Lego, and children continue playing Lego, and we say no, you gotta make something applied, you could have, Internet of Things, and you could have the planting site, or we could play with drones, and make children participate in that platform. So our proposal for the schools and for the higher educational institution is something that we going to be promoting, and technology lesson is going to be providing a wide spectrum of opportunities for young children, and I hope that SAISAT is going to be supporting that, and we will try to do whatever possible in order to train pedagogists who would be teaching technology. Technology is about training the children how to be logical, how to be up to the applied science. And in this very situation, we certainly understand that we gotta start with the pedagogists, and sometimes, they say that, those children had the best IELTS, or became winners in robotics contest. No. The reason is that there was a teacher. There's always a teacher behind the success of the student. So we have to make a stake on making sure that we have teachers, we have faculty members, so we got to train those who would teach technology. We recently had visits over to the rural areas throughout Kazakhstan, and now, the teachers, they have to be running, unfortunately, because there's a shortage of faculty members, they have to be running 3 to 4 subjects and so on. So, Sirik Bait, I want to talk about the schools a bit later, closer to the end of the session, when we will be talking about what's important for the children, and is there any sense for us to choose those professions. So once we will be, talking about that, I will ask more questions by the end of the discussion. But it's important for you to differentiate and raising this issue. So let us listen to Kines. Kines, you have a vast experience. You have worked with different projects, successful, not successful. You have dealt with many people, many different people. And could you please tell us about the outcome of that work? So when is it successful and when is it not? So do you have any correlation with the lack of technology classes? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you all. Thank you very much for your invitation to participate to this forum. I'm so glad to participate to the forum. Yes, indeed. The discussion that we're having at the moment is really interesting, because the one of the key issues for any employer is personnel members, right? So we have investors who work in different sectors. I was dealing with venture capital and real production. However, talking about the real production, I invested in oil and gas, conventional sectors, so to speak, and mining. The mining sector has a very diverse structure. However, major companies as ERG and Kazakhmys, for many, many years in a row, undoubtedly have been dealing with retention. They have inherited those personnel members from the previous companies, and they're trying to do whatever possible in order to retain them. For 10 years, I've been dealing with nickel and cobalt production, and unfortunately, the fact is that we almost don't have experts in this area, and the youngsters, they don't want to be engaged in heavy industry, not because it is low paid, no, because there is no competence. They may not make a proposal that would interest the employer. We've been developing the technology for nickel and cobalt production based on acidity, and that was the the technology that Kazatomprom was using, and Kazakhstan is the leading in that regard. I mean, in that. In that technology, and acid elution or acid leaching is the unique technology, and now eventually the average age of our experts who work for nickel and cobalt field were headhunted from Kazatomprom, and their average age is 55 years old. So my point is that. Getting a diploma is not the objective. I'm not telling that our students are not motivated. I think that the curricula that is being offered to them has nothing to do with the production. The minister mentioned about the MIT practice. So such easy things as investment around MIT, they have lots of foundations, and they invest a lot of money, and they can afford it, to have engineers and have the experiments run. And again, those experimental work is funded by those foundations. So I totally agree with you that yes, we have to nest the engineers, but as a minimum, you have to spend up to a couple of million US dollars, in order to have that student have an opportunity to have this test and so on. Oil and gas, for instance, right? Even though if there's young experts, those young experts may not provide, engineering solutions. I'm talking as an employer at the moment, and we are not competitive from that standpoint. However, indeed, those industries may provide a great deal of growth. For instance, oil and gas, right? If there is a new solution in oil and gas, new developments, new elaborations, where the state and venture funds could be a part of, and if there is an investment, then the outcome is going to come up, as an employer, as an investor. I can say that uranium, and it was proved by Kazatomprom, may be produced as a result of acid leaching. It is not a science fiction. That technology has been existent for 40 years already. So if we concentrate on venture funding, on private investment, and the state, and if they could provide investments for lab tests, let's take Satpayev University. I do need experts in oil and gas, transportation of gas, production of gas, production of crude, and I could, invest the venture fund. I could invest in lab tests so that they could transfer some technology. Perhaps there could be some synergy in that. And I think that the interests coincide, and I will be more than glad to join such a program, and in case if we get exposed to those opportunities. Well, last year I visited Arizona, Almaty, so we visited Arizona State University, and last year they became #1 university in U.S. in terms of innovations, and they actually beat it up MIT in that. And the cost of study is one of the lowest. So those who are the residents of Arizona State, for them it is 10,000 US dollars. For foreigners, it's only 30,000. And the budget of the university is 4 billion US dollars. And less than $1 billion they make from tuition. The major funding actually is ensured by the by the industry. So they do have a NASA lab, and they do have a lot of private actors who open their own labs, provide funding, and by doing so, they get new technologies, new innovations, and get enabled to have more personnel members. I was interested in digital, and I visited Amazon Web Services, so they bring different levels of students, master degree and doctorate degree students as well participate. So they provide money for gaming as well. And once something gets popped up, those investors do have a right to purchase the right for the license and patent and so on. But as I said, as you said, in engineering, they have colossal opportunities. So they have machines for experiments. So any detail is available. So it could be your training materials, or something that you may try on. And I see the names of corporations, companies who provide funding for that, and this is done in order to seek for innovations from one standpoint and to actually bring more personnel members. Before I give the word to Askar, I would like to ask you, Savdir. Huawei is a global giant holding, and Huawei spends much more than any other high-tech company for R&D, for instance, and innovations. I visited Huawei campus in Shenzhen, the campus that deals with innovations, and you have created all of the necessary conditions. I wanted to ask you, sir, has Huawei been facing shortage of personnel members problem, especially in digital industry, because Huawei is known for its technology. We know that you make cell phones, but you deal with artificial intelligence, with digital twins, you produce vehicles, and everything has been put under the umbrella of one ecosystem. And you do have the data transfer equipment, 5G, 5.5G, so that was something that you have already launched. So Savdir, where do you get your people? Have you ever had the problem of personnel members shortage? Do you get them yourself, or you get them from Chinese perfect universities?
Thank you, Andrew, for the question, and good morning, everyone. So the whole challenge of talent. So as you rightly said, Huawei, just so you know, we're more than 200,000 employees worldwide. We have R&D centers. Many of them are in China, but also outside of China. So on the, for example, when it comes to microwave technology, our global R&D center is in Milan, in Italy. So there's a concentration of talent there in that particular domain. And similarly, for some of the design of phones, the R&D might happen in France or Paris. So like this, there are some concentrations of skills in different parts of the world, and this was the strategy of the founder, Mr. Ren Zhengfei. Now, also out of this 200,000 plus talent that we have in Huawei, there's many thousands joining every year, right? So, and these are sourced from some of the top universities. So firstly, Huawei is a company that's very attractive for young talent to want to join. And now we can ask, why is that? Well, if your motivation is to be able to work on advanced technologies, then of course you'll find a good home in Huawei, in some of the R&D. So you rightly mentioned, Huawei is probably unmatched in the breadth of technology. From, we don't make cars, but we make what goes into cars in terms of the drivetrain and the autonomous driving, all the way through to 5G and fixed networks and Wi-Fi and all of this technology, and the devices that people know. So if you're interested in technology, the breadth of technology, and I tend to simplify it down to ABC plus 5G, which is AI, big data, and cloud plus 5G, right? Or even we're heading towards 6G now. So this breadth of technology is unmatched, right, in the first place. So you'll find that you can work on everything. If we look at the fourth industrial revolution, many of these transformational technologies are there. And then also, as we head towards the fifth industrial revolution, you also have renewable energy. So Huawei is actually the largest provider of solar inverters in the world. And many people maybe don't know that, right? But that came out of a need. And I think this is the important point to grasp. You must have heard of the saying that the need and the demand is the mother of invention, right? So how did we even end up in doing solar inverters? Well, because we were deploying cell towers, so 3G, 4G, 5G cell towers in countries with or areas where there was an unstable electric grid. So we need a solution for that. So the need to develop the solution comes out of a problem, right? So when we look at education and bringing talent into solving problems, and we focus on solving real issues, I think this is a core point. And even for myself, I'm from the UK, and after I finished my bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering, I'm a real-life rocket scientist. But it was actually my master's degree where I worked with industry in industrial engineering. Now you'll see I'm working in one of the biggest technology companies in the world. I'm not doing engineering, but it's about attracting the talent in all different spaces. So firstly is bringing in the talent. Then they've got to have an environment which enables them to accelerate. So Huawei's platform, in terms of the offices that we work in, the capabilities that we have, if I make that analogy with schools, so of course when you enter a school, you've got to have that right foundation. It's the place where you want to work. You've got access to technology. It's easily available, and this is what we talk about in terms of the smart campus for schools and universities and so on. And then, of course, in terms of retention. I've been in Huawei now. I celebrated my 10-year anniversary in Huawei last month. So I've been in Huawei a long time, and that's challenging in the way that you need to retain talent. You need to, of course, keep them challenged with new things. So when it comes to industry, so I've come from heavy industry, as one of our colleagues was talking about before. I started in industrial engineering and I moved into technology. So if we focus on solving the problem, and that's also with the Huawei as well, we have many problems to solve for our customers. So we always like to keep focused on solving the problem, not just, there's a saying is, we don't polish coal until it's white, right? You could be very busy working, and this is maybe some of the issues and the traps that we can fall into with education, is that it's just education in theory, and that's like polishing coal, waiting until it gets white. There's no point, there's no value in doing that. It's how do we actually use it. So if we focus on solving the problems, which is, for us, is helping our customers achieve their objectives, right? This keeps us focused on developing solutions to problems that have a value, right? So if we keep this in mind, and if we look at the country, from a country perspective, also it's, well, what are the challenges that we're trying to solve? And therefore, there should be, the education, and applying the education into technology and industry is where the value comes. Of course, in the traditional industry, and we saw this a lot during COVID-19, traditional economy takes time to recover and build and grow, whereas the digital economy can grow very fast and is not necessarily limited by your physical resources, right? So this is where sometimes the younger generation get excited by being able to become crypto millionaires or something like this, right? Because it seems more easy than doing the hard work. So finding this right balance, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but in terms of overall, and then every country is a little bit different. Kazakhstan is blessed with many great resources, a huge country, huge capability. So what is the need of industry? What is the government trying to achieve from an economic perspective? And therefore, the talent, direction and investment needs to enable that. But of course, the foundation level and making sure that our facilities, our educational institutes are places where people want to study, want to expand their mind, right? So education and enablement, even we do it in terms of why do we have ICT academies. Actually, one of our colleagues from the local office here, I was in the vehicle with him coming to this event, he actually attended one of Huawei's ICT academies in Kazakhstan. He went through the ICT competition and then he joined Huawei. Huawei gave him an offer because we saw the talent potential. And similarly in different industries, so we from our part try to do our contribution in all the countries where we are because we need that talent as well, right? So you can say it's partly self-interest as well, that unless there's that talent in the countries, we cannot hire them, and therefore we wouldn't be able to add the value into the country where we are. So there's a kind of a whole life cycle and ecosystem that needs to be built up around that. I hope that helps answer.
This is great, but should we be afraid of Huawei coming and taking the talent from Kazakhstan? I mean, we don't have enough, right? And we have these academies, and you're going to take that talent?
I think it's a little bit the other way, maybe, right? Which is that the development of the talent means that there's an ecosystem pool here, right? So, of course, when people move to different places, if you say, if Huawei is investing in helping the country develop, right? Which is always our objective, to help the countries achieve their goals. We, of course, need the local talent to be able to do that. If there's not local talent there, you have to try and hire it from outside, right?
Okay. The minister wanted to add something, and then I will go to Askar.
And I just wanted to have a quick comment on that. We actually have, we had an ambition to transfer Huawei's regional R&D center to Kazakhstan, but Huawei is just too tough. You know, they have top, cutting-edge, spearheading research and R&D policy. So instead, we signed an agreement with Huawei, and we are opening 50 Huawei digital labs based on 50 of our universities. So we opened 33 last year. We'll be opening 11 more this year. And it is, in a way, a very good way for you to nurture the talent and have this, well, kind of a smaller network of R&D centers. And we agreed with Huawei that they would provide us with challenges. And challenges become more complicated. And hopefully one day, I have a dream that one day Huawei might reconsider its decision and finally have a regional R&D center here in Kazakhstan. So talent, well, when you say, will we be stealing talents? Well, let them steal talents. It's not a problem. The more experience and more exposure our engineers have at cutting-edge technologies that Huawei develops, and we applaud you for that, the more talent we'll have in Kazakhstan. So let's focus on that partnership. We are opening up 11 more digital labs this year, and we're shifting the focus, by the way, from communications to more advanced things like AI and generative algorithms.
Okay.
It's our honor to contribute to the countries where we operate, so thank you, Minister.
But this is a good point. We'll focus on the R&D regional lab. That's a good initiative. Askar, вопрос к вам.
Askar, the question is for you. So, being the president of the higher education institution, have you faced a problem related to the shortage of personnel members? So, if you have, then how do you envisage to solve it? If not, then please share your opinion. Well, let me add. You know, whatever higher educational institutions do, we have to understand that there is import, zero level production of products, production of equipment for equipment, you know, and the distribution, services, logistics, finance, intermediates, electronic government, and so on. So to the right, you know, the software, outsourcing, IT companies, everything is more or less okay in Kazakhstan. Getting some vendors engaged and so on. We have Kaspi, you know, we sold eGov to Tajikistan, you know, However, the problem is to the left, once we deal with the production. And here comes deep tech and deep innovation, and the engineers who have to create high-tech product. We don't have such engineers. And it's not the problem of the university, that's the problem of the system. I have visited a couple of plants. Private plants, yes, indeed, are developing quickly, the purchase equipment and so on. However, our state-run plants are waiting for something, but this is not going to happen. It has nothing to do with a miracle. You gotta develop the personnel members. You gotta bring in more technology. If we are behind in terms of innovations, 20 years behind, we are even decades behind in terms of production, So the question is whether we're going to be building up our own industry or an industry dependent on the import. So the question is to the state, how the state is going to be dealing with the issue. So again, talking about the higher educational institutions, the higher educational institutions, are okay with their functions. IT universities who train for our IT sector actually ensure a decent quality of alumni and experts and so on. And the hardware and communications are lagging behind, and we understand that as a higher education institution. And I've spent the expenses for 5G and hardware, so we're now establishing a good lab for making microchips, because tomorrow this is going to be demanded. However, I'm pretty limited in terms of money. So there's three proposals for that: to develop deep tech, to have customized solutions, however, it's costly, to have interdisciplinary solutions, and almost all of the specialties in the entire economy is going to depend on IT. And therefore, to introduce interdisciplinary programs, AI, big data, data science, quantum computing is something that we got to start today. China's been really progressing on that. And again, if we don't include that into the curricula, we're going to be lagging behind again for 2 more decades. This is in terms of collaboration with the industry. I've been running around all of the IT companies, and I'm looking for those who are ready to collaborate, for those technology companies who would be interested. I do realize that there's some points of contact, but I don't manage to find it often, because the technology companies would not have enough money, otherwise I will have non-conventional education. However, I do have my goals. I have to make sure that my alumni, that my students get employed. We try to find a solution together with the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Digital Development. We said that there has to be extra money for engineering studies, and more money have to be provided. However, it could be the subsoil users' money. Why? Because in Kazakhstan we don't have teachers who would be able to teach those experts, and we don't have software that costs a lot of money. And this is something that they use in industry. So those are the 3 proposals. Thank you so much, Oskar. Overall, I'd like to agree with you, and I'd like to share your pain. And let me add, my comment would be the following. To wait for a mercy from the ministry takes time, and sometimes it's not realistic, to be honest. What we can do today in terms of collaboration with the industry, the ministry isn't going to be putting you into the collaboration. It's not their objective, actually. However, what we can do now is to start working with the industry directly. CAO, International Academy, understands that, yes, indeed, there have to be personnel members trained well enough. However, the higher educational institutions are pretty slow in terms of making changes to the to the industry, and they collaborate with CAO. The CAO asks, what type of personnel members do you need now? Help us to, update and revise programs, and help us out, to develop the curricula so that we could provide you with fresh, young blood and so on. And globally, there was a system built with those institutions, and this is how they cooperate together. And I think that the large organizations, Sirikbai and Kines, will be glad to have that collaboration. Would you please excuse me? I have a question to Oskar. So your alumni, so where do they get employed? So in terms of service, that's totally fine. Fintech, software developing, outsourcing, those who work for the state, electronic government, easy thing to do. 90% of employment is our alumni, Agency for Informational Security and so on. So there's a answer, actually, and perhaps I could ask the minister about this. So my question to you, so what is our, actually, strongest point? I was in Barcelona, and I came over to some of the drugstore, and the guy there, the pharmacist, he educated in our medical school, and if you tell me, I want to, have the private medical university, and I think that this is going to be bringing money. I think that Kazakhstan is really, really good to go, and I think that in Kazakhstan we can indeed do a lot, and whatever Asike said, let's concentrate on that. Let's make sure that, and hardware is something that is hard to do at the moment, to be honest with you. Huawei, the largest producer of telephones worldwide, you use Androids, but to have the new op system is hard to do, That's just as a reference. I'm just, brainstorming. So again, if we concentrate on whatever we are really, strong, we will have more opportunities. So that was the idea to propose. So let us provide the conditions for them, and then in Kazakhstan we're going to be having the best university ever. So that could be the collaboration between the digital and the medical. Yeah, that's the second question. So based on my experience, for over 10 years, we made the competition, Build Your Business, and we provided the grants, and we looked at the companies who were asking for grants, and we have lots of companies who have software, software solutions, and we can't build the industry. We may not compete with Vietnam, for instance. Today, Vietnam is a leader in terms of hardware. So again, we perhaps need to concentrate on our strong features, and let us see what we can do at this moment. Sayasari wanted to comment. Well, we now have 2 points in terms of discussion. So the first one is, the message to to the universities, and if this is going to be the request from the economy, to invest into more advanced, specialties, again, it's not going to be working. However, at the same time, I would agree with Andrei. Perhaps I wouldn't support my colleague, but you, Andrei, if we wait for some super programs, some super, super ambitious, as Reagan said, good afternoon, I'm from government and I'm here to help. Those are the last things that you want to hear. So anyway, as business say, I would be more than glad to invest into engineering. I would be glad if you suggest me, to have something, breaking through and more advanced. So what I would like to be very brief. I'd like to say that we do understand it. So we're a pretty young ministry, and we regrouped last year. So a couple of things. So this is the motto for our audience, the motto for our industry. Kazakhstan doesn't have large resources in order to invest into creating the industry from scratch. We have had different programs from, it's really hard to create some infrastructure from scratch. There are good examples in other countries, took a year, South Korea and so on, but however, it needs a concentration both from the state and long-standing concentration, right? We start off really quickly and we finish up quickly. So actually, to keep up the focus for 10/15 years is not our ace. So in any way, I'd like to say as well that we don't have long-standing academic traditions like you have in Europe or North America, and the only philosophy is not to be afraid to make experiments. And Andrei said that yes, indeed, education is a conservative issue, and we started piloting stuff. We made Coursera as a pilot. In 25 universities, they may pick Coursera as an elective course, and we take it as a credit. We launch, blockchain engineering, blockchain compliance. They have certified 350 teachers. We're launching this year. With Google and Huawei, I just wanted to thank you. So in 14 universities, so 7 private, 7 state, we pilot courses on artificial intelligence and AI literacy courses. So starting from next year, we decided to make them compulsory for all higher educational institution students. So that they could have, the basic knowledge in AI. So a really good experiment in Finland. They want to train citizens in order for them to be able to use it in their private life. So this is something that we want to do and make it compulsory for all. And what's more important is that the universities need to be given a flexibility so that they could, revise their problems. And last year we actually almost totally, made sure that we worked in terms of, we have now a 3-year baccalaureate, and we provide maximum flexibility. In majority of our universities, we will have representatives of the industry so that they could suggest the revision to the curriculum. So flexibility, maximum adaptivity, working with the industry. This is going to be our new philosophy, and a bit later we will have new models for engineering education, and we will give you more insights on that program. Thank you, Andrei, for that opportunity. So, thank you. Sirikbay, I just wanted to be very brief in terms of providing the comments. Yes, and we will give a brief about the engineer of the future, because we are going to be training those living in rural areas, first of all. So please, yes, thank you so much. Colleagues have already mentioned about that, and I think that it is so important to reiterate that we do need to have a strategy. So far, in our country, we don't understand where we're going to. Do you actually know where we're striving to? Is there any side B? You know, we have top 30, top 50. However, how to get there, and who would report about how they make changes to the roadmap. Nobody understands that. Nobody sees this. And I want the Ministry of Science to have a clear strategy of how to get from point A to point B, and how does it fit into the strategy of the country overall. And everybody keeps saying that we used to be having good engineering training. However, we have to understand that human capital is the key. It is the competitive advantage of our country. And if you do make such a statement, you have to make sure that you have enough and good faculty members. And those faculty members have to be the avant-garde of our education. So we shouldn't be just, training the faculty members. We have to be training engineering faculty members. Google, Microsoft, Tesla, other companies, Huawei, they need cadre. They need personnel members. We have to start from very young times, from very young age of our students. So, Emirates, Saudi Arabia have been investing so much into the technology because they do realize that crude is going to be over and you have to be competing with your brain. And they pay money, they pay for courses and so on. We run projects in Kazakhstan, Russia, and we deal with so much bureaucracy. And I hope that the minister and the other ministries will have less bureaucracy, and they will be making, steps forward in order for us to succeed together. So together with Kazakhstan Halkana Fund, we provided 365 rural areas and 27 small cities with the labs, because at the moment there's such a gap in terms of education between those who live in rural areas and those who live in Astana and Almaty. And we know that, we understand that, and we invest in our children who live in villages. They're as talented as those kids living in the cities, in large cities, I mean. And we realize that those who come from very remote places throughout Kazakhstan, they are now the leaders, they are now the government members and so on. So we have to understand that the future is there. The future of our companies is all about the concentration of the talent, and the concentration of the talent is, in most of the cases, is there in the remote villages of Kazakhstan. So we shouldn't be waiting for the mercy from the God. We shouldn't be waiting for somebody who is going to be solving the issues for us tomorrow. No, it's going to be us who are to deal with these issues today, and we have to be partnering with the technology universities. We do have the ready program. We do have the ready curriculum. We're ready to share. However, the ministry is so full of bureaucracy and so full of documents that you have to be filling in, and but we do have the access to international grants, for God's sake. We could go elsewhere. So we would be able, to get the youngsters exposed to different, courses. We have courses in Kazakh language. Almost nobody has those courses, training courses, translated into English or Kazakh. We're ready to promote, but again, I'm reiterating, it's all about bureaucracy. Let's stop the bureaucracy. The time is almost off. Sirikpai, deal. The technological universities are at your disposal. We are going to be creating the minors, or science, So I forgot to tell one very important thing. So we agreed with the Ministry of Finance. 18 months ago, I had more hair on my head, but I lost it because it took me so many efforts to agree with the colleagues from the government, and inshallah this year we will have this code adopted. So tax incentives for private companies. For instance, it could be production who wishes to collaborate with the university, and then as a result of that, the value-added product is going to be proposed to the market. Then 150% of taxation incentives and 50% for any product incentive is going to be provided. So actually, and the second stage is going to be up to 300%. So again, this is a truly very, very active mechanism. So this is going to be the first time ever in Kazakhstan to be introduced. The very cool proposal. I unfortunately didn't know about that, and let's raise awareness about those initiatives. I understand about the time, but I love something that you could demonstrate in practice. So today during the meeting, there is a chance actually. We have a minister, we have two people who are experienced in venture capital, and we have a VP from Huawei, and we do have the president of the university. So my question to you is, in your opinion, is it possible for us actually together to make an announcement about the contest? Let's make the best proposal thanks to these people. I'm ready to fund it. I will ask Sirikbai if he's ready to. So let's make the best proposal for studying Kazakh. So, and it's going to be the top in worldwide. We have Huawei here, we have IT guys here, Sirikbai, few. So let's make an announcement. Let's support this. I will be the first one to test your product. So we're going to be demonstrating that yes, indeed, our IT guys are the best. In terms of language courses. In terms of me. Studying Kazakh, there's so many applications for studying other languages, but for Kazakh language, unfortunately, we don't have one. We don't have an easy, comfortable. Let's make an application. Let's make the mobile app, for studying Kazakh. Yeah. Give us the people. Yeah. Please come, make your proposals so we could use your institution. Yeah, let's do that. Let's launch a contest, and Minister is going to be controlling the initiative. Yeah, and we have R&D institutions. We have Baitursunov Institution. Well, 2 weeks ago, I visited London, and we signed an agreement with Oxford University. And Oxford has published the first Kazakh language dictionary, and it is available in Melaman. So we will ask Huawei to support the mobile application development, if you don't mind.
To help us.
The translation is not.
So we want
I just started some idea that if we will start now, just like a IT startup on the basis of a Kazakh language, how to educate, the best way to educate Kazakh language in a fast way. Do you think the Huawei can help us in this case?
The idea is to create an app that will help us learn Kazakh.
So in not that I represent the consumer business, but in the consumer, there are, of course, an ecosystem for that. So what happens is there's a marketplace for apps. So that's actually part of the development and investment into countries. So if the talent is there to build the app, it can certainly be on the app marketplace.
That's why we're asking, just help us to build the app. We will give the talent.
Yeah.
No
So
problem.
the talent builds the app. That's the
Okay,
point. Right,
okay, thank you.
Отлично. Коллеги, вот
Great, perfect. So colleagues, now I would like to give a chance for questions, but I promised that for students, each and every one of you is going to be saying a couple of words to what they need to pay their attention to. Since we don't have enough money or enough time, could you please tell us if you were 9-year student at the moment, 9th grade student, and you were to choose your profession, so what would you choose, you little boys of 13, 14 years old? So what would be your recommendation? So please, Oskar, let's start with you. If you were young, what would you choose? I would choose to be an IT architect. Okay, I don't regret. Sadir.
I would be a technologist, using all the different technology to solve real-world issues. And you?
yeah. Serikbay.
Serikbay? I would remain entrepreneur who creates products for the benefit of the society. Yes? That's a very difficult question. When I was a child, I dreamt of being a diplomat. I don't know why, but I wanted to work for Foreign Office. And taking into account my experience, I think that I would still become an entrepreneur. That's the closest to my heart. But as an advice for the youngsters, I think you gotta decide on what is important for Kazakhstan. I think that there are so many talents in music and quality mobilographers are those living in Kazakhstan. Our guys are the best. So I think that Kazakhs are very creative. I would suggest you join the science, not because I'm a minister of science. No, the matter is that investment is growing in terms of R&D, and I dreamt as a child, I dreamt of being a neurophysiologist. I was interested in how the brain works, and the AI, in fact, is an attempt to simulate the way our unique organ works. So to get to know how the brain works, I think that's amazing. Trillions of US dollars, generative chat GPT and so on, large language models, that all of that is an attempt of recreating the thinking process. I think that the perspective is immense. So neurophysiologist, whatever is related to the brain, is the brilliant perspective. And I'd like also to say that I don't know how to translate that into Russian. So neuroscience, right? Yep. So neuroscience, why? Because I was thinking about that actually being a child, and I think that would be coolest because the artificial intelligence is all about. I'm not going to be developing that topic. Just couple of questions, very, very briefly, and tell us who will be asked. So here comes the first member of the audience to ask a question. So come closer, you will be given a mic. My name is Miraz. My question is for the minister. I graduated from the IT university, and I would like to oppose you. Hardware is developed. I'm a member of a startup on drone production. There's a stigma that Kazakh product is worse than Chinese, is worse than the West, and so our clients, and how to increase the salaries for the engineers. We do realize that the trend is all about IT and so on. However, Korea, Japan, creative economy gets developed after the industry got developed, after Samsung and so on. So that was a reference. So my friends, so how to deal with stigma that made in Kazakhstan is not worse, and how to increase the salaries. Thank you for your question. So actually, unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, you said it rightfully, countries, would start with plants, would start with infrastructures and so on. And post-industrial, the service and creative economy gets started up. We actually missed it. We had great decentralization in Soviet times, and the infrastructure that we have was actually established back in Soviet times. However, in terms of advanced industrialization, to have new plants, digitalization, Industry 4.0, it was something that we have pushed, and now we started with the easy things, creative, industry, mobilography, and so on, because it's easier, it's faster. I don't see any tragedy in that, If it's okay, if it's going fast, if there's a value added, opportunities and export, find employment and so on. But at the same time, you say it rightfully, and I have to admit it as a cabinet member, there's no strategy. I mean, we have failed the strategy in terms of industrial infrastructure and so on. Energy infrastructure was not built and ensured, so we shifted the focus. And what can be done now, actually, and when our colleagues say about the weaknesses of the hardware, we have to admit it, yes, indeed. And Turkey has made it, a breakthrough aerospace engineering, drones and so on. And answering your question. So number one, in our technology policy law, we're going to be making amendments to taxation, to entrepreneurship code, and trillions of tenge is all about, state procurement, and we will try to do whatever possible in order to find more incentives for and more preferences for local producers, and the salary is going to go up only subject to one condition. It has to be competitive, and all Asian tigers are export-oriented. If you fail here, don't get concentrated in Kazakhstan. If you don't manage to succeed here, manage in Indonesia. Our people in Sirgek, for instance, they entered Indonesian market, so it is a huge market, and you won't experience obstacles there. You will find your stake. Don't limit yourselves with the local market. Thank you. And so your reference to me, I just wanted to ask a question. So how many intellectual property do you have in terms of percentage? So when you assemble a drone, how much is your intellectual property? So how much do you take from abroad? Chips and camera. Do you make it all here, or you? So far, in terms of percentage, it's our assembly, but electronics was bought abroad. Why? So far, we don't have enough money, but we have plants. We have Pit Alata, we have Kazakhstan Engineering. They have 16 plants. Petropavlovsk plant. You make actually produce those drones there. When I talked about the hardware, I meant that. The microchips, cameras, it's okay to purchase them in China and assemble it. But in your case, you do have the intellectual property. You create a soft, right? That enhances the drone and so on. So you have created an advanced drone. So again, going back to Tesla, to electric cars, it was created thanks to the state money. They received $1 billion for the first. So the state has to support it. If you want to have a new plant for UAS, we have to spend money. Or provide, loan at the very low percent, of interest. Not because we don't want to, but because we cannot, and we're afraid to lose this money. In terms of height, perhaps we shouldn't be competing in terms of producing the best camera, or to give a chance to the guys to keep working on the intellectual property. So if so again, I would like to totally agree with the minister. So perhaps you need to enter other markets. When I meant hardware, I didn't want to insult you as an industry. So microchips and some other things, unfortunately, we won't be able to produce them here. If we don't invest, it's just business, Unfortunately, we don't have time. Please don't leave Kazakhstan. Creative industry is not a product, but TikTok is a high-tech product. So those who make the high-tech product, those are going to be owning the world. So make it here, make it now, and the state is going to be supporting you. So never stop. Askar, that's a perfect phrase to stop our discussion. So we have to free the room because 5 minutes later the next session is going to commence. So please leave the room quickly. Thank you so much for your attention. We need to make the pictures. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Digital Almaty форумының қатысушылары. Ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарда залдың кіреберісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention.
Один, два, три. Чек. Раз, два, три. Один. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три.
Құрметті Digital Almaty форумының қатысушылары, ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарда залдың кіреберісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, сіздерді залға өтіп, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Алматы, просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you. Құрметті форум қатысушылары, сіздерден телефон дыбысын басып қоюды сұраймыз. Аздаған минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайды. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, сіздерді залға өтіп, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Алматы, просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you. форум катышучулары, сиздерден телефон дыбысын басып коюуду сураймыз. Аздаган минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайт. Назарларыңызга рахмет. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, dear friends. I would like to excuse myself for being late. And it is not a good idea to make the organizers of the forum moderators. Unfortunately, my body couldn't keep up, so therefore, please excuse me for being late. I would like to greet you all to the panel session. In fact, promoting startups and promoting technology entrepreneurship is a very important issue for us, and personally for me, since I'm responsible for Astana Hub Technopark, and I would be more than glad actually to listen to the opinions from our experts so that you could share with us. And could you tell us about what we're missing and what challenges we might be facing in the future? I would be appreciative if you could say to us about those items. And allow me please to introduce our speakers to you. Sanat Akhanov, Chairman of the Board, Kaz Innovations. Aitov Askar, Editor, DevSky-Z, Telegram channel, and he is responsible for Google development. DGD, Women Tech Maker, and Google for Startups in Central Asia and Mongolia. Tadeusz Koch, co-founder, so Echelon and Top 100 projects. Arajev Nikita, Yandex Cloud. Ibrahim Yaz, Managing Director, National Technology Program. Welcome, sir. And Arman Suleimanov, founder and Factorial podcast. I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Akhanov. Sanjay Dekhanovich, could you please share your opinion in regards to what Kaz Innovations has been doing so far to promote startup industry? Could you please share your insights and your vision in regards to what we need in order to have it promoted? Thank you very much. I would also like to say that, in fact, our moderator has a vast responsibility, and Astana Hub has a great deal of responsibility, and year to year we have lots of international speakers coming to Kazakhstan, and integration matters. One thing is once we collaborate within Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan actually has been achieving great results worldwide. We have great examples in terms of exporting GovTech, for instance, and I will briefly tell you about our organization, Kaz Innovations, and the objectives that we have and the business that we've been dealing with. So I see so many youngsters in this audience, and I'd like to say that I've been chairing the agency for about a year, but I used to be a startup before. I used to be working in the United States, and I had some experience of having some patents received in US, for instance, and I will share some life hacks with you. So before we start the presentation, I would like to brief you. I used to be having cases, you know, and you start with the idea, right, and you get to introduce to the investors. You know, I remember the case when I had the investors ready to commit, and the investment is given to shares, you know, and I thought that I didn't need to bargain, you know, 50-50, you know, that was the initial agreement, my ideas, my competence, my team, and so on. And at a certain point, my partner told me, you know, 50-50, you know, it's not going to happen in business. And I said, how come, you know? And tomorrow, once the company grows, you know, if something happens, you know, then we will have to decide about the controlling package of shares. And I said, no, you know, that was the initial agreement, you know, let us negotiate, you know, 51 versus 49. And the partner was really a great partner, you know, and he said, well, you know, please don't be concerned. But, you know, I lost the energy of the startup, you know, and I see so many young faces, and you will be engaged into startups and idea development. So a life hack, you know, once you get to introduce to the investors, don't bargain, you know. Full-heartedly say thank you and launch your initiative, you know. So I will get back to that story. So my name is Sanat Akhanov. I'm the chair of the Kaz Innovations Agency, and today I have already talked about that, but I was astonished once I became a governmental official, you know, and the astonishment was all around the huge support and motivation provided by the state to the startups. So here comes my presentation. And yes, indeed, we do realize that digital technology is something that changes the landscape. And in Kazakhstan, we do have a pretty active infrastructure, and we have sold GovTech to other countries. That's one thing. And we opened a Silk Road Innovation Hub in the United States and in Silicon Valley. And yesterday we made a presentation about the joint hub in Saudi Arabia. And digitalization is something that has already been launched in Kazakhstan. You know, we created the infrastructure. Astana Hub has demonstrated the results. The team of the digitalization ministry has demonstrated the outcomes. We have lots of branches within the industry in Kazakhstan. And actually, in each and every sector, there is digital vice minister, you know, so we get other sectors engaged into the digitalization. And Mr. Tokayev was mentioning about a very clear objective to convert Kazakhstan into an IT country. And Mr. Musin, the minister, told about the plans that we have. I'm not going to be repeating that. So in regards to the ecosystem and some statistics and achievements, so what challenges we have to face. So this slide depicts information about what's important for us. You know, Almaty and Astana are the centers of Kazakhstan, and it was so important to replicate that system in the regions. And once I was paying a visit to the regions, you know, historically we would have, you know, pitch point events, supported by local municipalities or supported by the sponsors. However, we try to make it arranged in a systemic manner. You know, we have launched 19 private incubators, and the idea is that there is a demand, there is human capital in the regions. The real economy is there in the regions. And this year we made a decision to have Astana Hub, Astana.com, that are the brands. And this year, actually, the regional network, after being established, is going to be reinforcing the competencies with the help of Astana Hub. And it was important to mention that we used to be launching the incubators. You know, what we would do, we would provide certificate, we would train. However, at the moment, you know, there's a reference. We would have an individual who would be trained, and then right after that, he or she would be receiving a grant, you know. So certificate is not enough, you know. The individual is able to get exposed to the funding, to grants. So what we deal with, you know, in order for us to have a better understanding, there is such a support method as providing grants. And in Kazakhstan, you do have an opportunity to have a zero bank interest. There is no need for you to you know, to have any payback and so on. The venture capitalists are all about, you know, the attractions. You are all aware about the existence of the Death Valley, you know, and we do have the commercialized technology type grant. You know, we provide 20 million tenge at the stage when your minimum value product, when your product is not there, you know, you just gather the team. For instance, it could be concentrated on IT solution. If you are lacking the money, you could come over to Kaz Innovations. We will study your business. We have lots of cases of that nature, and we will provide you money for rent, for your development, for additional IT experts. And 6 months later, once you're done with MVP, and then we are able to provide you 80 million more for advertisement, for promotion, you know, for product placement and so on. We also do have grants of the higher level. They have to do with technology transfer, line and production. It is equal to 400 million tenge, equivalent to $1 million almost. We're looking for projects that could provide a multiplicative effect. You know, it could be not healthcare or agriculture, but those who would penetrate through the branches of economy. And that amount is up to $2 million. And of course, efficiency matters. And in Kazakhstan, you have to make your assessments in regards to what effect is going to be reached eventually. So you could have a look at the screen. Around 200 billion tenge was the amount of products produced, you know. So we would inject 10 billion tenge, and we would get eventually in products 200 billion tenge. So we bring private investment as well. So 0.75 TIN is all about private investment, and 2.2 tenge is a feedback in the form of the taxes. In the taxes that initially was provided by the state, I mean the support. So you could see the global rating, so we made it up, and we're ahead of India or Turkey. I'm talking specifically about this rating in particular, the digital competitiveness. So the sub-factor is the flexibility of business. You know, Kazakhstan is very adaptive. You know, I keep saying that we have good DNA. Kazakhs used to be having really, really good, we always had good human capital. It is a high time for us to generate startups and ideas, and the ambition is to penetrate the global markets and to enter the large-scale markets. Those who attended other sessions undoubtedly know about the fact that Kazakhstan has the 8th place in terms of rating when it comes to online services and digital documents. Kazakhstan is number 8. So let's give a round of applause to Kazakhstan. You know, that's a great deal of success. You know, we have to make sure that we're proud of our achievements, and we shouldn't be shy about saying and mention about the glory. So what has impacted upon this success? It's important to reiterate that our president, Mr. Tokayev, has been paying his utmost attention to digitalization. Now, as I said to you before, Kazakhstan is to become an IT country. There's transformation of business, there's transformation of the state. And the sponsor of the project is not the one who provides money. The sponsor of the project is the one who supports you in your transformation. It is the entity that provides you a hand of help, and we get that support at the state level. And of course, eventually what we have is that we now have the communication, the integrator, the team of the digital ministry is a successful integrator. We managed horizontally and vertically all stakeholders from the government. And it is important actually to mention, you are aware about the fact that we had the support center at the governmental level, and at the moment we approach as this, we assess the KPI goals and we transform all of the processes. We decide about what to do and how to do it better. So the digital team, together with other ministries and agencies, decide about what needs to do in order to seek for transformation. That's something invisible. That's a great deal of work, and it's cool that the Ministry of Digital has this team. And proactive accelerator is a great deal of support for all of the ministries. So we invite offline business communities, society, and science. 80% is business, 20% is state, and we keep saying to the business, let's let's raise the issue bottom up. And let's communicate it offline. And by doing so, we will find the solution. And then the state is going to be making decisions of what needs to be done, funding or any other initiatives. So actually, those cases are good. And within different agencies, be it the Foreign Office, we engage the change management. Let's criticize state less, but let us act together. So again, this is a very interesting initiative. We created the Technology Policy Council chaired by the Prime Minister, and we decided to focus on, and we identified the priorities: medtech, agritech, where we have the potential. And you could see that we have AI, GovTech, industry, and in fact, actually, in terms of digitalization, this is our priority. And it is high time, actually, to talk about the real economy. We have industrial clusters, we have land, we have resources, we have raw materials, we have talented people. So why can't we succeed? We gotta be actually promoting high tech. We have to be promoting really high value added products. And we've been arranging 4 sites. We've been studying the global projects and subsectors, and we then analyze the current situation in Kazakhstan. So, do we have any companies working in that area? We study the infrastructure, the patents, and so on. And then after that, proactively, we decide in which sector in particular we could actually, for Cerebra, Forest Data, and other companies that are in compliance with the global trend get supported, and we made amendments to the legislative framework, and we had meetings, and the minister, for instance, was surprised once we bottom up have identified them, and we had a meeting chaired by the minister, and this is the next stage of the listening stage, and it's very important to have things arranged as a consortium. So we create a consortium thanks to the team of Mr. Sayasat, Samgal, Fund Innovation, and so on. So we merge different competencies, different opportunities as one team, and we're going to be actually promoting those opportunities. So we focus not only on high tech, we focus on gov tech, for instance, so 50% is given to that. So we do have the financial opportunities, and 50% is going to be focused on the priorities. So 50% of budget is going to be used as a seed, so perhaps it's going to come up. So I talked to you about the acceleration, and again, this is a reference in terms of venture capital. The innovation cycle is long, starting from the ideas. So we had that acceleration, and Pavel Koktyshev chairs that group. So we gathered business think tankers, and we're working on some legislative amendments to be introduced in Kazakhstan. So this is going to be a major track. So the opportunity for the second-tier banks and financial institutions to invest in venture capital. It's very, very important. So we talk to our colleagues and the international partners. Collaboration, integration, communication matters, and we have to bring in different parties. Kazakhstan is really an attractive country, so the motto is like, let's open up the venture funds and let's proceed. So this is the major trend. So I have already briefed you about the challenges, and overall the intention is to expand the line of grants, so the step-by-step funding. So your idea is great, the startup idea is great, we have approved you collegially, and then we provide you with some money for marketing, right? You don't have money for that. So and then we keep saying, here's the accepted companies, you have $1 million tenge, let's say, and we will do marketing for you, right? And then we demonstrate, okay, fine, your model is unique, and you're entitled for this support, and then we provide you with, financial model, so initiated grants together with venture funds, venture capitalists. If the venture capitalists provide you with money, that's private money, they also have to deal with risks, and the state also has good experience money-wise. So those 4 sites have to be made, concentrated on a case. So the trend is one thing, but we got to be adaptable, and popularization of innovation is good. So in case if we make the contest for best innovator, we're going to have a hype, right? So once a year there's a contest, for instance, where we collegially select the best ideas, and this is done in order to make sure that every single student, every school student, could provide the ideas. So I like the way they approach it in the U.S., for instance. From the kindergarten years, they teach people how to deal with science. And it's important to develop infrastructure. In terms of IT, it's easier, However, talking about the deep tech, talking about fundamental and engineering projects, it's important to create a prototyping centers, and the labs in most of the cases are local for the university students and faculty members. However, our objective is to have large centers where every scientist could have an access to. At the moment, the scientist asks for support from the industry, without having the prototyping done. But those prototyping could give a chance to provide the prototyping opportunities. So actually, the prototyping centers, Mr. Akhanov, time flies, you're touching upon lots of cool ideas, but yes, make a snapshot. We have lots of support institutions that provide the support. So here comes the statistics about the funds. So here comes the detailed information about the projects that we supported, PAT, BAP, Kudi Play, and so on. So many have been actually entering the export market. So here comes our grants and the information about the value and so on. So that's a great measure of support. So we have to keep it and use it. So here comes our Instagram and YouTube. Please keep an eye on our announcers. So thank you so much for your patience. In fact, Mr. Akhanov, since he joined Kaz Innovation, has relaunched it. Me, being a startup, always watched over Kaz Innovations and the measures of support that they suggest to startups, non-financial but overall support. So, dear audience members, Mr. Akhanov, please get your questions prepared for the Q&A session. And the next speaker is Talgat Aytulov. Talgat is going to brief us about Google and what our developers do in Central Asia. Thank you. I would like to greet you all. Can you hear me better? Yes, so thank you so much for putting this event together. Tech Garden, the ministry, so invisible work actually. The governmental agencies criticize and so on. So I was a witness of the first Digital Almaty. There was a really tiny hall, but right now, we have people who really work in this sector. So it will be confused if I continue in Russian. So what is my presentation all about? So a person who doesn't have any problems with the back pains or any headaches, he is driving a car somewhere in Almaty, he has some free money, but in order to make more money, what he needs to do? He needs to purchase a truck, with the fridge, and go to Tashkent, have vegetables and fruit, and make a trip to Omsk, and then he or she is gonna make up to $200,000 US, by having investing 100,000, or last month it would be eggs, right? What's missing today? I don't know. right? I don't have any real-time dashboard. A real-time dashboard is an online analytics saying what cargo is to be, transported in order to make money. It doesn't exist neither in Kazakhstan nor elsewhere. So if that person wants to make a startup, what he or she needs to do, he can put together the Excel, the lists of cargo, those who have downloaded, 50,000 lines in Excel, and press save, again, the Excel is going to be very slow, Those people who can download the program, he could actually address Google community. So this is one of the topics. How many minutes do I have? 10? Okay, so 8 minutes. So actually, that person could find more supporters. Then to have Excel working in the internet, you gotta have a server and then some software to store it, a database, and then after that, the artificial intelligence could be actually connected. Data set. I actually analyzed the Kazakhstani startup as they used to be rich people. One of them was the owner of the restaurant. The next is a oligarch. But still a startup. But in order to have artificial intelligence working, you gotta have really expensive service. You have to rent them, or you have to, purchase them. In Nazarbayev University, they have 10 servers for AI. Then nobody else can purchase it. But Google gives this person, a truck driver, $350,000 US worth hardware and service. It is called the Google Cloud. And it's all about artificial intelligence and so on. It's not something that you would need to create from scratch. That's what Arman Suleimanov has done so far. They teach prompt engineering AI using the existing models, and you could run business projects using those. If I'm a student and I can't do anything, I will be trained. If I join Google ecosystem, and they will provide you with money and mentors, and you could participate from the 2nd to the 22nd of February. So Google development ecosystem is a community. So those stages are easy, and in terms of the level, they are lower than today's event. However, if I live in Karaganda, I can make a small meetup and address Google, and they will try to provide speaker either online or send out the presentations on topics that would be interesting for Karaganda. It could be Android, for instance, so CDG. And in Central Asia, we are really well represented. In Tashkent, we have gathered 3,000 people, Almaty 1.5 thousand, and in Bishkek they had certification. Google Cloud Women's Community, Istanbul, and Google for Startups, together with Astana Hub, we launched Silkway Accelerator, and in May it's going to have its 2nd anniversary. And the next initiative is that we launched Astana Hub, Google Accelerator together So if you want to be vocal and the investors to be exposed to you, Astana Hub has been investing a lot. Yer Sultan was supportive to that. Again, it's all about the invisible work. So student clubs is different. So, and there is one more accelerator. If we have people from Uzbekistan, Georgia, or other countries, neighboring countries, the entire region, that accelerator is good to go for the entire region. So you may participate free of charge again. So again, if I'm an experienced programmer and I want to make prints, trips, so this program is for others, Google development expert. So we can talk to you later on. So here comes our statistics. We support the universities, and this is an invisible job. We do a lot, invisible job, maybe not material, but anyway. So we tried to promote Google Solution Challenge, students hackathon. Such countries as Korea, Southeast Asia, MENA, they provide prototypes, and then they go all the way up, and then they get money from Google mentors, $4,000. However, 2 years ago, there were 2 applications from Kazakhstan, from Uzbekistan, 1 application. Kyrgyz were active. Last year, it was 50 applications, and 2 Kazakh teams and 1 Tajik, had top 100, and G8, Korea, Japan, US, UK, and Kazakhstan, eventually. So we made it finally, so top 10 in terms of solution challenge. They received little money, KBTU/Nazarbayev University. I made a screenshot. So it was a great event for me. Others didn't care actually, but this is the Rachel who works with the universities, and this is the chair of the Google Academy. So the incubators are here. Perhaps it was your people. Okay. So here comes the student made by a student. So you may make a photo of the QR code, so that's for hackathon. So you may actually apply until February 22. So it's prototyping for students. There is a chance, Here comes our team. It's pretty small, but MENA, Turkey, and Central Caucasus. Our boss Barish is based in Dubai. And I support Central Asia, Almaty, and I live in Mongolia and Afghanistan. So I will actually not brief you in more details about Google AI Studio, So if our truck driver would launch the projects, about the GPT. But GPT is also expensive, However, Google AI Studio is the same, You could use it to train your models free of charge, or, not that expensive. So this is how it looks like. And we will talk more about that. There is a special session, so those who are interested come. And here comes information about how you can get access to service and money. So $350,000 could be provided should you have a domain, and the users, you are free to use it. It's only up to $2,000. So if you send the application and you don't get the feedback, this is going to be the thing, and you could write me down, and I could help you with your application, because I know that a couple of people from those who are here today, will apply eventually. So So what is the cloud? Yandex Cloud will make the presentation, and Google Cloud includes data set and servers, AI, and even such things as search, and even Excel works, 10,000 lines works slowly, but if we use Yandex, Google, or Baidu, it takes seconds, and BigQuery does it free of charge, without any access. Anybody can use it. It works perfectly well. So those who want to get trained individually, again, free of charge, so short courses, lab works, on Sundays I complete those trainings, and here comes information about our community events. Again, those are free of charge. The website is not that advanced, but you may find information in regards to the next event. So if you have any problems in regards to participating to hackathon, please don't hesitate to write. I'll try to post information, so thank you for your attention. I'll be here till evening, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate. The first item that I would like to mention, Mr. Akhanov mentioned about the amounts of grants. So 20 million, then 350,000 US dollars. So thank you so much for your presentation. In fact, Google community has done a lot in Kazakhstan, and conceptually judging, we have really good program, Google for Startups, and those startups who are here today, please do whatever possible in order to get selected, because the program provides you with immense opportunities, and it's going to upgrade you, it's going to give you lots of professional opportunities. And in regards to the opportunities, what triggers me a lot is that Google developer community being developed in the region. So starting from last year, we started opening the networking opportunities when I lived in Almaty. When I worked here, there were no hubs in Almaty, so I had to make flights over to Astana, and Magjan wouldn't be, being available for a meeting. It would be so hard to have opportunities to communicate. So Google for Community has done a lot, so let's thank them for these initiatives and for being so helpful and for giving your hands up to the community. So now let us greet our first foreign speaker, Mr. Tadeusz Koch. So he's going to brief us about Echelon and top 100 projects. So he's going to brief us about how to launch Kazakh startups in Singapore and other countries of Southeast Asia.
Thank you, everyone. I don't have a presentation, but I'm here to tell you a little bit more about E287 and Echelon and the top 100 projects. So a bit of history. Many people will ask me when I first come to Almaty, how many times, is it your first time to Almaty? No, but I've been here for 10 years. Every year I try to come at least twice. And our first time here together with Arman, one of the panelists, in the same situation we were talking about startup. There were only 60 people 10 years ago. And it was a students interested in startups. But I have to congratulate everyone, governments, incubators, corporates, individuals, developers, for the ecosystem that you guys have built that you can see outside today. It's amazing for me as an external guest from Singapore and from Southeast Asia to see the development and the growth of Kazakhstan startup and tech ecosystem. From E287 and Echelon, we are a startup community platform. We are based in Singapore. For many years, again, we started 10 years ago. Initially it was all about Singapore. So similar here at the start, Kazakhstan, Almaty, Astana is all about your individual local ecosystem. But in Singapore, after we do our activities, we discover startup, we realize that Southeast Asia, there's 660 million people. 660 million people in Southeast Asia. 10 countries, now 11. A lot of opportunities. What can we do? So in the earlier years, we decided, okay, let's go and find startups. We left Singapore, we went to Indonesia, we went to Jakarta, we went to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, we went to Hong Kong, and we found that, wow, there's so many startups doing many different things. And our first time in Indonesia, in Jakarta, we realized that, hey, the things that they are doing is very similar to what we do in Singapore. And we realized that, wow, how can we bring everyone together? That's why we started E27, which is a website where we cover tech news. If you go to e27.co, you will see what we do in Singapore and Southeast Asia. Echelon is it's an event, yes, but it is a gathering of our friends from across Southeast Asia, from across Central Asia. We would like to invite everyone to join us in May this year. But the whole point is, we gather everyone for a very single purpose. How can we give startup the best chance to succeed? Right? What do startup need? They need funding, they need support. I think there was a lot of sharing on developer community. There was a lot of sharing on the funding support now. I'm very glad to see that the government has stepped in to give grants, not loans, but grants. And this is very important pieces that the government will come in to support the youth today here to start your own company, to try to start your own company. Well, it is not going to be so simple. So in Echelon, in Top 100, we give them the resources, we give them access to investors. I think in Singapore, in terms of all the money, all the VC money, there's about $1 billion that is not invested. That is meant for tech ecosystem across all sectors. So there's a lot of money looking for opportunities to invest. But for Southeast Asia, yes. But, over the years we discovered that, hey, a lot of people are accessing startups, corporates are joining us, governments, Southeast Asia governments are all now our friends. Every year we have all the major 6 Southeast Asia countries to talk about access, market access, what you can do in Southeast Asia. And of course, then we discovered, hey, let's go further. That's why, we come to Central Asia, we come to Kazakhstan, we come to Almaty, Astana, to invite and look at startups here. Okay, what startups are here? And last time it was digital startups, software startups. And now you have a thriving, and you can see outside, you have your industrial startups, you have your AI startups, you have your medical startups. And again, if you think that Central Asia is very far away, yes, physically it's far away, but the things that Kazakhstan is focusing on is exactly what we are doing in Southeast Asia. AI, everyone is doing AI. Like Rabbit R1, everyone now talks about Rabbit R1, right? Medical technologies, health scanning, telehealth. I think here you really have a very thriving fintech ecosystem with Kaspi. And there's so much opportunity, and you will realize that what you do here and what your solution here is for is very similar to what we are talking about in Southeast Asia. And what does it mean? It means that as long as you have a good product, you have customers here, you have your corporates, your banks, things like that, you are ready to understand and come to Southeast Asia to understand what the market is about. And there are many programs that are available for you, for us, Echelon happening in May 15 and 16 this year. Do join us, it's on the website, you can check it out. And when you come, you realize that, wow, 10,000 people, but not Singaporean, half Southeast Asia. Indonesians, Thais, Filipinos, Vietnamese, Taiwanese, Japanese, Central Asians, Kazakhs. Everyone is there to learn from everyone. Even for Indonesia, they want to learn what's going on in other countries. They want to learn deep technology. Indonesia is big country, right? Big country, right? 250 million people. But you know, their technology usage is not as high as what you see outside today. And the talent that you guys have here is your strongest asset. If you are a developer, this is where you can contribute to the startup ecosystem by working in either startup or doing your own startup. Because the amount of talent you guys have here is amazing. The amount of speed of development here, within 4 weeks you can get a prototype. The work and the corporates and the governments all work very differently. But that's also why it is very unique and very uniquely Asia. So Kazakhs will understand how to work in Southeast Asia because it boils down to the people. You, me, we know each other. You love to collaborate. People here are very friendly. I want to learn. I want to ask questions. What can I do? How can I help? These are very basic points, but very important things when you go to Southeast Asia. And through Echelon and Top 100, you can see then the amount of opportunities that's out there in Southeast Asia in terms of funding, in terms of corporate access, in terms of really impacting people's life. And although Kazakhstan is 20 million people, when you bring your work here and you go to Southeast Asia, you understand that, wow, instead of impacting just 20 million people, now you have a pool of 600 million people that you can work with. You can see their problems. You can create solutions. So I welcome everyone. After this, talk to me. Go to our website, check out Echelon, talk to our friends, Aman, Rashid, talk to your incubators, your program officers here, the government agency here, to try to understand how can you come to Southeast Asia. If it's not Echelon, we have many other programs that is out there for the entire year. And we hope to see you in Southeast Asia. And I hope one day we can have a drink in Singapore. Thank you.
I have actually personal connection to Singapore. I studied there, I lived there for the 5 years, and there I fell in love with a startup industry. So it's like now as a country we plan to open the regional hub there. It will be like Singapore or Indonesia or Malaysia, and so
yeah.
That part of the world that plays the big role for us,
yeah.
As a market, and we would like to exchange with some expertise with that region. So
yeah.
I guess you and your organization will take a part in that road. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Султан, можно я добавлю?
Sultan, could I please add a little bit? We have to understand that international communication, today's Koch actually has helped to open one of the venture fund under Baytirek, and we have managed actually to arrange a visit to be paid by the president to Singapore, and the president is going to be having mutual meetings, and there's going to be an alliance of venture funds, and I have no doubts that Tadeusz, as you used to be assisting us, you will keep assisting us. So thank you for that. Yes, indeed, in order to continue what was said by Mr. Akhanov, such fora as Digital Almaty and Digital Breach are the platforms to be used in order for us to get acquainted with each other, to get introduced to each other, to find the mechanisms helping us out to develop our projects. And all of the speakers, in fact, firstly, want to share with you, dear audience, the programs, the expertise that they have, the mechanisms for funding. And each and every speaker talks and gives some feedback to us. So the next speaker is Yandex, Nikita Rajev. Yesterday, you've seen a very stylish stand made by Yandex, and it was actually really prominent in Kazakh style. So, Nikita, could you please talk to us more about your programs? Yes, Sultan, thank you so much.
Speaking French, but I'll continue in Russian. Да, во-первых, огромное спасибо зрителям.
Well, actually, thank you so much for making it here today on Saturday, on a day off. And yes, indeed, we're here for you. And I would like to thank the organizers. That's a great forum. I will try to be as brief as possible and bring you some benefit. Well, it seems that for the last 15 years, nothing has changed for the founders, and you still need to talk to your users, you still need to do your product. So those are the two major objectives for you as founders. So support to venture funds, accelerators, this is something that any person could be taught. As the representative of Yandex and Yandex Cloud. So we do have startup program, Yandex Cloud Boost. It includes, as other cloud providers, WUS, Google Cloud Platform that we talked about today, and Microsoft Asia, we provide cloud resources for startups and different amounts at different, depending on a phase. Plus, we provide B2B B2B access. Sometimes it's payable, sometimes not payable, and so on. So the startups that we can support, we provide our support in terms of technology. We want to have lengthy cooperation with each and every company. So in case if you want to transfer some resources over to the cloud, we could help you optimize the cost of the service. We could provide to you the continuous infrastructure and covering your demands. So those startups, most frequently it's B2B startups, we have conjoined PR and promotion. So why do we need those resources? So why do startups need cloud resources? So number one is that less expenses for service. We don't need to have DevOps. We don't need to keep up our own service. We don't need to pay salaries over to the operators of the service. And by doing so, we get the cost saving, right? So number two is that we talked about the ecosystem for startups in Kazakhstan, and frankly, when I visited Kazakhstan 3 years ago and now, those were completely different markets. 3 years ago, for instance, you would have, a couple of startups, but now Kazakhstan is a growing market, and a vast number of companies try to make money. So the speed of development is immense here. The speed of hypothesis testing is also immense. And the cloud helps you a lot in that. And I shouldn't be in a position not to talk about the scaling up. That we speak about scaling up vertically, but not all startups, thrive, so it could be scaling up down as well, and we have different products, of course. It covers all of the sectors, but I would like to mention about fintech. Fintech actually is pretty suspicious in terms of cloud. And however, if you come to Yandex Cloud, you could get API DSS as fintech, with the expedited procedure, and it helps a lot to the companies who come over to us. And we provide really small companies up to 300,000 tenge for cloud resources. Those who are babies, who have just started, you do have a presentation, an idea, please come. Those who migrate the large products over to us, we provide up to 6 million tenge. That's a migration of product. You are a mature company, you have income. However, the nicest conditions are provided through partners, and we provide from 2.4 million to 30 million tenge for long terms for cloud resources, so that you could have an opportunity to grow, so that you could have an opportunity to invest your money into new features in order to master the markets. So who are those partners? In Kazakhstan we have Kazakh, Russian and international partners, and in Kazakhstan we definitely have two. The leading ones is Astana Hub and Most, and we're ready to work and keep working with banks from Karaganda, Tericon Valley, and we love working with Nuris and KBTU as the place where they train the future professionals. So in case if you partner with some venture or any other startup institutions, please use those windows. Most likely the conditions will be better. So what else in addition to Yandex Cloud? There is a huge problem in terms of professionals available at the market. So once you once you hire people, you have to compete with the giants, right? So we help you actually hire Yandex Practicum junior experts. They are motivated, they have assured knowledge and so on. We will be glad to help you. Plus, we provide you with grants for the local, and we provide you an access to Yandex trackers. So frankly, we publish the cases together, and we help to make Libyan, and we get you acquainted with the investors. So we have lots of investors who are the partners. So if you are good to go in terms of the pitch, and if you are and if your actually case is decent enough, then you're welcome. So again, there is a huge hype around the large language models, and we are not an exception. As a large corporation, we make our language model, and sometimes it responses both in Russian and Kazakh. And a month ago, we launched Yandex Cloud Boost AI. Guys next door are pretty happy, full of enthusiasm. So actually, please come, join the program. We provide the grant for 6 months for 6 million tenge, and provide the discount for 6 months. So you have to understand what you talk about. Not ChatGPT, Gemini, not Google is going to solve your problems. However, there's actually a solution that will help you to promote your startup. So QR code is leading you to the web page of Kazakh version of Cloud Boost. And if you have venture partner, accelerator, the technopark you work for, it's better to address them, because there is going to be a proposal from Yandex Cloud. Thank you so much, and I'll be at the Yandex Cloud, so it's B2C brand, so we work with businesses, so please don't hesitate. Try some tea. We offer some hot tea there. So again, founders, thank you so much. Kurili, we're here for you. Nikita, thank you very much. I would like to share the experience of working with Yandex Cloud. The representative of Yandex Cloud, writes me down and he wants to give me some grant, So in LinkedIn, perhaps the lady has seen my profile. I used to be a programmer before, and she says, take 6 million, take 6 million. And I was trying to explain to her that I'm a governmental official. I cannot say take any grants. But anyway, I wanted to say that Yandex is very, very actively giving out the grants. So, it's all AI, it has nothing to do with the real individual, real person. So thank you so much, Nikita, for your presentation. And now we're moving forward, and the next speaker is Ibrahim Niyaz, our guest.
Program. Ibrahim, floor is yours.
Thank you so
Welcome
much.
to Kazakhstan.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I really would like to thank the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace for the invitation. I was overwhelmed actually by the hospitality of the people, the rich culture, the great food. For the first time I eat horse meat, I drink a horse milk. I loved it actually. And I love the culture, how people are the hospitality of the people is amazing and great. And actually we went to the mountain yesterday, and we did an amazing skiing. The resort is beautiful, the view is amazing. So thank you so much for this invitation. Second of all, congratulations for all these great transformation movement that's happening in Kazakhstan, especially when it comes to tech startups. It's amazing. I got so lucky to meet amazing founders yesterday, actually amazing startups. Also, I met some great, very young founders in Digital Almaty. The future is bright, and we are honored to have this partnership between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan. And third point, which is the most important thing, I decided to learn Kazakhstani language. The reason, because I believe that I confused a lot of people since I came here. Because I have this Kazakhstani face, and people come to me and start to speak in Kazakhstan. And I reply in English, and they insist to continue in Kazakhstan. I tell them, I'm from Saudi Arabia, I cannot speak Kazakhstani, I only speak English. And I believe that some of the audience are confused right now. So I decided to learn Kazakhstan to not confusing people anymore in Kazakhstan. Thank you so much for attending the session. My name is Ibrahim Niyaz, and I'm the CEO of the National Technology Development Program. We are a government development fund of $700 million, and our main role is to develop and build the tech startup ecosystem in Saudi Arabia with the three main mandates. The first one is developing the tech sector with more focus toward building and developing the startup tech startup ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. So we work with everyone. We work with the entrepreneurs, we work with the startups across all the stages. We work with the incubators, accelerators, VC funds, private equity funds, angel investors, commercial banks, financial institutes, to build and uplift this ecosystem, either local or global partners. The second one is to drive sustainable growth. So what we want to do is to help the startups from early stage across all stages until they reach to a unicorn state or to go to IPO. We don't give a support only for early stage startups or a support for a growth stage startups. We want to drive a sustainable growth for the startups in the Saudi ecosystem. And the last point is to position Saudi Arabia to be one of the top global tech hub by 2030. Our short-term goal is to become the MENA region tech hub by 2025, and I think we are almost there. And by 2030 it is to be one of the top 10 tech hub globally. We play So NTDB acts as the catalyst for the tech startup ecosystem, and as I said, we work with every player in the ecosystem. So we have 14 products in our portfolio as we speak today, and we are planning to launch another 5 products next month. So we designed, as you can see in the screen, all our 14 products to cover all the stages of the startups, starting from the idea, POC, prototype, MVP, pre-seed, until they reach to a unicorn. So the reason why we designed our products like this, because we want the startups, once they get a benefit from one of our products, once they get the benefit of that product, they can find another product to help them across the journey. For example, our first product that we launched is called MVP Lab. Through MVP Lab, we provide grants between $40,000 up to $133,000 for the entrepreneurs to build their startups in Saudi Arabia. And we target local and global talents to come and build their startups in Saudi Arabia. The target is to build 1,000 startups by 2026. In the last 15 months, we built 309 new startups in the ecosystem of Saudi Arabia. 15% to 17% of them, they closed a pre-seed and seed round. So we work with all early stage VCs in Saudi Arabia. They work with us. They are our partner in MVP Lab. They give a mentorship. They give classes. They help the entrepreneurs to make their business scalable and make their business investable. So we work with all early stage VCs in MVP Lab. After that, I'm just giving an example. I'm not going to go through everything. After MVP Lab, we have 2 programs, either Boost or Empowering Accelerator. Empowering Accelerators, when they graduate from MVP Lab, they have 2 tracks. The first one, if the founders made a very solid and good business and they have another job, we tell them quit your job, up to 3 founders, we give you a salary for 1 year to focus on your business, and we will link you with advisors, with mentors, with incubations, with VCs, and etc. So we give up to 3 founders for each startup a 1-year salary. Or the other track is to go through one of our partners in the accelerator. They invest with them and they help them to grow. So we have, as I said, 14 products. Quickly, I will go quickly through the products. Loan guarantees. We become the guarantor for the startups and SMEs when they go and get loan from the banks. We become the guarantor for them. We guarantee their loans. LendTech is a very low interest rate loan from NTDB. We give up to 8.5 million Saudi Riyal for startups in the early stage with a 5% interest rate. They have 6 months grace period, then they pay the loan in 5 years. Venture debt, it's a pure venture debt. We work with the private sector to provide venture debt, especially for startups from Series A and above. MVP Lab, I just explained it. Our target is to build 1,000 startups by 2026. Boost, I also explained it. We give a salary. Right now, we raise the salary from 13,500 to 25,000 Riyal per month for each founder, up to 3 founders for each startup. Tech Crew, we subsidize the tech talent salary for 18 months. For example, if a startup recruit a tech talent, a Saudi tech talent in Saudi Arabia, we subsidize their salary, 50% of their salary for 18 months, a year and a half. Lead It, we work with the startups. We target the senior IT people or talent in the startups. We put them in an executive program in collaboration with UC Berkeley. It's a 6-month program to build their capabilities to become Chief Technology Officer or Chief Information Officer. Empowering Accelerator, we target a very strong global accelerators to come to Saudi Arabia, have their MENA HQ, and establish funds in Saudi Arabia. And what we offer to this accelerator, we cover 75% of the operation cost as a grant from our side, as long as they accelerate the growth of startups in Saudi Arabia and establish funds to invest in these startups. Connect, this is one of my favorite products. We help the startups to get contracts from the government or from corporates. For example, if the startup get a contract from the government, we go to the government and we say, we subsidize 50% of that contract from our side. We want to minimize the risk of the government entities or enterprises when they get a contract from startups for the first time, and also we would like to give an opportunity for the startups to get the exposure. Bridge is a program where we help our high growth startups to go beyond Saudi market. We want to help them to expand to the global markets. We give them grant up to 5 million riyal to expand to global markets. Relocate is totally the opposite. We have a target to bring 200 global startups to the Saudi market and help them to grow to the whole MENA region. So we give financial incentives. We are targeting startups from Series A and above. Sometimes we do exceptions, especially if the startup in biotech or deep tech or emerging tech. Next era, this is my favorite product. We provide grants to the startups to do R&D projects in their startups. We cover 70% of that cost as a grant to do R&D in deep tech or emerging tech, and we want them to commercialize all the outcomes from the R&D. And finally, we have the Saudi Unicorn program. We identified 35 high growth startups. They joined the first cohort of this program, and we are accelerating their growth to become a unicorn. One of the participants, last year they became a unicorn, Tamara, they became a unicorn, they joined this program, and we have right now 35 startups. I will speak quickly about the impact that we created through the NTDB last year, but quickly, last year, 2023, was a very tough year on VC investments. All VC investments across all over the world dropped between 35% to 45% dropped. Saudi Arabia has a significant year in 2023. We closed 2023 with a total of $1.38 billion investments from VCs in Saudi startups, 35% increase from 2022. In the worst year, we jumped 35%. Our impact as NTDB on the economy level, the program contributed to increase the GDP impact to 5.4 billion riyal. In 1 year, we created 7.3 thousand direct jobs. The portfolio companies that we supported through our program, actually, they raised last year only in 2023, 2.8 billion riyal from VCs. And also we unlocked 2.6 billion riyal from commercial banks to give loans to the startups and SMEs in Saudi Arabia. We supported more than 750 startups and SMEs in Saudi Arabia, and we created 309 startups in the last 15 months. We have 14 products as we speak today, and we have 40 partners, local and global. They work with us to build this ecosystem, and we brought 5 leading international accelerators to Saudi Arabia. This is how we build our products quickly. This is how we play the role in the ecosystem. So last year we launched the first generative AI accelerator, the first and the largest in the MENA region, backed by $160 million fund to invest in AI natives in Saudi Arabia. And we run hackathons on a monthly basis, virtual and local, and we give them a crash course on the first day how to build startups using AI, GPT, generative AI, and etc. So we have a community of 17,000 AI builders. They built more than 500 prototypes using the tools. Again, we supported more than 700 entrepreneurs as individuals, 750 companies, startups, 5 global accelerators. They relocate to Saudi Arabia. We have 11 partners with VC, more than 20 partners, commercial banks and financial institutes, and we have 17 public partners from government and 24 partners from the private sector. We brought 5 accelerators to Saudi Arabia. New native, they are specialized in AI from US. Startup Bootcamp is the largest and the biggest accelerator in Netherlands. Spark Labs, it's the biggest and the largest accelerator in South Korea. They have 5 funds, and they create a $100 million fund actually in Saudi Arabia to invest in startups. Startup Bootcamp, they created, I think, $85 million fund. Flat 6 Lab from Egypt, and Antler, the well-known accelerator that they target entrepreneurs from IDFAs and help them to build the startups. These 5 accelerators created 5 VC accelerator fund in Saudi Arabia with a total of 1.3 billion riyal to invest in the startups in Saudi Arabia. So we attract all these global accelerators. We cover 75% of their operation costs from our side, as long as they are going to establish a fund to invest in Saudi Arabia. As I said, we supported more than 700 entrepreneurs. We created 309 startups, and the target of this year is to create another 300 startups in 2024. And again, we target local and global talents to come and build their startups. They will be eligible to get the grant. And right now, we are working with the Premium Residency Center to give the talented entrepreneurs a premium residency in Saudi Arabia. The relocation program, last year we brought 47 global startups to have their MENA HQ in Saudi Arabia, 18 countries. And right now, in collaboration with Kazakhstan, we are planning to bring tens of startups from Kazakhstan to Saudi Arabia to have their MENA HQ, and we help them to expand to the MENA region. The startups that we brought to Saudi Arabia, actually, some of them, once they relocate to Saudi Arabia, they close an investment round with a total of 95 million riyal as an investment. The total revenue of these 47 startups in 2022 exceed 27 billion riyal as a revenue of these startups. So we are welcoming startups from Kazakhstan to come and expand and have their MENA HQ in Saudi Arabia, and we help them to grow to the whole MENA region. Next era, we supported 15 ventures last year to do R&D projects in artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, quantum communications, Open RAN, space tech, robotics, nanotechnology, and cybersecurity. 18 was the last month. Today we supported 28 startups to get contracts from Aramco, from government, from big corporates. We subsidize them with grants from our side with a total of 26 million riyal. We helped 13 high growth startups in Saudi Arabia to go and expand in 20 markets. We give them support of 56 million riyal from our side as a grant to expand to global markets. From a capital perspective, as I said, our startups that we supported in our portfolio, they raised fund of 2.8 billion riyal, and also from a debt financing, we unlocked 2.6 billion riyal as a debt funding from the private sector for more than 162 companies. And for each riyal we pay in the government to the private sector, we unlock 4.4 riyal from the private sector. So the contribution from the private sector is 4x that what we contribute. Again, and on the economy level, it's a 5.4 billion riyal GDP impact, more than 7.3 thousand jobs that we created last year. So we did an analysis. If we shut down NTDB today, what will be the growth? If we shut down the program today, the growth will be, the impact of GDP will be 9.4 billion riyal by 2023, and the system gradually will create 30,000 riyal. So this is just our projections. We are going to launch 5 new products, inshallah, in the next month. This is not the updated presentation. Actually, I had an updated presentation. However, we have LEAP happening in Saudi Arabia next month. It is our flagship tech event in Saudi Arabia. It's a 4 days event. Last year, we exceed Web Summit more than 170,000 people attended the event. And this year it will be 3 times bigger, and we are expecting between 200 to 220,000 people to attend. We have more than 800 startups. They are presenting in LEAP next month from all over the world. We have more than 500 to 600 giants, tech, cooperation and enterprises. They come from all over the world to present their startups. We have a big area of investors from all over the world where they can meet the startups. Last year we had 1,400 investors from all over the world. They were in the investment area. They met a lot of startups, and this year we are expecting to have more than 2,000 global investors to be there in the matchmaking area to meet the investors. So this is an invitation. Please go to the website, write LEAP Saudi Arabia. We would like to see you here, there, and we are welcoming you there. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Ibrahim, after your presentation, I'm thinking to quit my current job and attend to your programs. Thank you very much. Many of our startups really would like to expand to the MENA region, and I think your programs will be very fruitful for us. And another point that our governments building very a tight relationship, and just last month a big delegation from the Kazakhstan visited Saudi Arabia, and we plan to visit the LEAP forum that you mentioned. So I think the big journey is waiting us in the future. So thank you for coming.
We have really interesting panel session, and the last speaker to make the speech, as I said to you before, to a certain extent, I'm the product of Astana Hub, and I would like to say that there are 2 things that impact upon me as Astana Hub in Factory Octos, run by Arman Suleimanov. I have found out many, useful things thanks to that podcast.
То, что вы делаете.
So thank you for what you do. So let me add, we met with Arman back in 2016, and when I started dealing with startups, I started to, identify the smartest people, and I said, Arman, you are the shining brain. So Arman, I'm so inspired by you. So you are a role model, if you watch that podcast, it talks about unique sessions. So I'm glad to be with you and sharing one session. Thank you. Thank you so much for kind words.
You guests from abroad, so I'll turn into English. So my name is Arman. I'm founder of Factorial School, which is one of the leading online boot camps in the region. We have 2,000 plus alumni, software engineering alumni who spent on average 1,000 plus hours on our programs, and most of them are, well, quite a few of them, I think hundreds of them are software engineers in big tech in the US and Europe at the moment. We are known for our flagship program, which is called Factorial Incubator, which we are running since 2015. Every summer we bring top 150 software engineers in the country. We bring them all to the same city. They have dorms, and each of them has to build and launch a real mobile or web app with real users. So we have some of our graduates launched apps with 200,000 downloads, some of them 10,000, but it's all over the place. But the main thing is that the most exciting way to learn software engineering is not by watching YouTube, but by actually building and launching real products for actual customers. And so that's what we do. In the past, I was a multi-time sort of founder and operator. I launched a fintech company in India, launched farmers marketplace, for farmers market in the app in Colorado. We ran a mobile app agency in Kazakhstan from 2014 to 2018, launched 40 plus apps. But today I don't want to talk about the past, I want to talk about the future. So the name of my presentation is super short. It's very naive, and I love naive presentations, very simplistic ones. So the question is how to launch 1,000 plus startups, and I'll just quickly, given the limited time we have, I'll just open source a few problems which we face in the market and offer potential solutions. And we, as Vectorial, we want to be part of a solution. We don't want to be part of a problem. So one of the problems we face in the country at the moment is a threefold. Number one is that most venture firms in the country are only investing when you have traction in sales. So very few very few investments happen at the idea stage, when you just have two people, not in a garage, but in an apartment in Almaty. We don't have garages here, I mean, pretty much. But yeah, I think that's one of the problems, lack of venture capital funding. Number two, we do have good technical talent, but there are very few AI startups launching from Central Asia. I think there are a very small number, given our potential. Number three, most of the startups in Kazakhstan, they are building for Kazakhstan. They are not building for Saudi Arabia, for Singapore, for United States, and so that's sort of threefold. Sort of what the industry did in the past 10 years, it did something amazing. Like as Tad mentioned, kind of in Sultan. So the growth has been tremendous. But sort of I'm just talking about some challenges, which is kind of we are facing, and because it's interesting when we have challenges, when it's not fun when we have no challenges. So what do we offer? One of the solutions we have is a very simple solution, and it's inspired by Y Combinator. What we have in Kazakhstan at the moment is that there are sort of programs which give grants. There are accelerator programs which don't give money. So you have to meet them in the middle. You have to do both. You have to do acceleration for startups and give them money. So very simple, 2 batches per year, just like YC, 3 months each, 100 companies per batch. Very small amount of money, 20K for 5% of a company. You can, so basically for $4 million, you can create 200 companies. For $20 million, you can create 100,000 companies. Very simple math. Nothing, not sort of quantum physics, not rocket science. Really simple. It takes $20 million to create 1,000 new companies. I'll explain why in a moment. So how can the incubator help? We can help with distribution because we have a podcast, we have a bunch of different things. We can tell your story and lower your CAC, lower your customer acquisition costs. Number two, we can connect with later stage VC funds, which we have quite a few, and there are quite a few venture firms outside of the country as well, who can help with recruiting by helping you hire our coding bootcamp graduates. And we have quite a big network of YC and Techstar graduates. And I think one of the strong things we can do is to, when you apply to YC, your application comes to sort of the internal website, Y Combinator's internal website, and alumni can refer you if they like you, and that's actually a strong signal. So, now the question is 20,000 enough? It's like really small amount of money. In today's world with cloud, like 20 years ago, it was not enough. Now it is enough. Here's why. You just need 2 people, one doing marketing, one doing software engineering, no PMs, no CEOs, like just 2 people. Here's a budget breakdown. 2,000 goes to cloud credits, or you can get it for free from Yandex Cloud or Google Cloud. That's even better. You save money. You can spend 7,000 on customer acquisition costs and 12,000 on your salaries. So this is enough for 2 people at the age of 30 plus to quit their cushy job at consulting or Big Four and try doing a startup. I'm not talking about students. This is like a program for 30-year-olds, people who know something, who are. Because there is a study that the most successful founders, they are not 20-year-olds, they are 36-plus-year-olds, right? It's a well-known study. So 6 months is enough. If it doesn't work out, you go back to Big Four. It's a risk-free, kind of a risk-free proposition. And then obviously, once this money runs out, you have to get to a next round, which is probably like $100,000. You can raise it from our friends from Saudi Arabia, for example, or from Sanat's Kaz Innovations. There are quite a few programs there, right? So now the question is there enough founder material? Probably not, but we can help facilitate that by doing some really quick, like, I don't know, like blind dates between 30-year-old people who want to do startups so they can meet their co-founders. Similar programs already exist in the US and Singapore. On Deck being one of them, Antler is another one, so we don't have to invent anything new. Now that's problem number one. Now let's talk about problem number two. We have a very, very little venture capital per capita in the country. So if you look at venture capital in the US, it's roughly $1,000 per person. It went down a little bit in 2022, as Ibrahim mentioned, but it's roughly $1,000. In China, 74. In Kazakhstan, according to the report from our friends at MOST, there was, I think, $35 million of venture capital investing happened in 2022. So that means it's like 1.84 per person. So I heard that the number went up to 100 million last year, so it's still small amount, $5 per capita, very, very small. So now I'm offering you the solution, which is coming from two of my friends. It's not my solution. It's coming from Murat Abdrakhmanov, who is a leading angel investor in the country, who has done a tremendous job to really help startups in the country, and Marjan Madi from Astana Hub. So a very, very simple idea. I think it will happen in the next maybe couple of years. So the government fund, it's already happening in Saudi Arabia, as you can see. So we need to catch up. It's happening. So
in 2018, the VC investment in Saudi Arabia was $94 million. 94. Now we are in 2023. It's $1.38 billion. So it's the right move.
10x growth in Saudi Arabia. Well, that's amazing. So we would love to sort of follow the path. So very simple program, $100 million coming from government fund of funds. It's investing in 10 new venture firms, 10 million in each. But to be able to unlock this capital, this firm has to raise 5 million from the market. So it's a $50 million total, $150 million of new venture capital in the market. So from 100 right now, it will be 250 through that program. And $100 million really is a very small amount for the government, but it can make a tremendous impact. Imagine the number of startups we can create, because it's a numbers game. The reason why China and India and the US is winning is because they just have so many more attempts, right? It's a well-known fact. Being sort of a Beethoven or Mozart, they produced 1,000+ songs or 1,000+ tracks and compositions. We know them from 1 to 2. Mark Zuckerberg, this was like his idea number 5. Let's see, like Angry Birds was a successful game from Rovio in 2010. There were 51 unsuccessful apps before. It's a numbers game. You have to produce more to produce more unicorns. And the last piece, I'm just a kind of an unconventional piece of advice to everyone in the audience. It's very common these days to say that you have to focus on your strengths. I suggest you to not focus on your strengths. Focus on your weaknesses, because generative AI is a leveling playing field. No one is a pro. If someone tells you that they have 10 years of experience in Gen AI, they're lying. They have only 1 year. It's a new field. Everyone is equal. Everyone is a beginner, and we need to focus on our weaknesses. We have a chance to build something like epic. So really quick. So there's a great founder. His name is Rich Barton. He's from Seattle. He used to work in Microsoft. He's the founder of 3 very, very successful companies. One of them is, you know all of them. Expedia, Glassdoor, the marketplace for real estate, blanking on the name. Oh my goodness, Zillow. So yeah, Zillow. So he came up with something cool recently. He's a 50-plus-year-old guy, but he did something interesting in his strategy session at Zillow. He separated his top management team into 2 teams, blue team, red team. blue team has to come up with ideas on how to protect Zillow's business given the threat from Gen AI. And the red team has to forget everything Zillow did in the past 10 plus years and imagine that they're building Zillow from scratch in 2024. And what would it look like with Gen AI? I think it's a very cool exercise, very useful exercise for a lot of big companies in the country. So a lot of things happening. So the guy in the middle, his name is Johnny Ho. He's the IOI champion from 2012. One of the reason I'm putting him here is because at the moment he's a founder of Perplexity, which is one of the leading Gen AI companies in the world. Thanks to Perplexity, in the past 6 months, I barely use Google. I just go to Perplexity. It's amazing. Like I just did the following search recently, like yesterday. Unlike when you ask Chris from ChatGPT, it will tell you, hey, my knowledge ends with April 2023. I'm sorry. Here you go. What was the attendance like at Digital Almaty? 30,000 people. It's a really quick way to find results. Instead of 10 blue links, it just gives you the answer. You don't have to read the 10 blue links. It's a past. So Perplexity is creating this new phenomenon when you couldn't. And the startup was created in August 2021. It's just two plus years old, and it's already kind of creating a very important threat to Google. Another company I would like to mention was started by the lady in the middle. Her name is Demi Guo. She's founder of a company called Pika Labs, which is a very important text-to-video LLM. They basically produce, you just you give a text, Ibrahim playing soccer with Cristiano Ronaldo. That's it. And it gives you, it spits out the 10-second video, a very realistic one. It's happening already. It will be disruptive to Hollywood, disruptive to the way we produce videos. Again, 2 years old, very, very new. And to another point, both of those people, they are coming from competitive programming background. And very important news, in September of this year, the World Finals, ICPC World Finals, the most important programming competition in the world is going to happen in Kazakhstan. So I invite you all in September to Astana. #1 people in the world will be competing here. It's a very, very important event, and I would love for you all to watch it. It's basically like the World Cup of nerds, where they have to solve 10 plus problems in just 5 hours. And the last piece, so as I mentioned before, right, I'm focused on your weaknesses, right? I mentioned that we have to do something with Gen AI. Another piece which we shouldn't forget, that every so often, every 10 years, there's a new computing paradigm. In 80s, it was personal computers. In 90s, it was internet. In early 2000s, it was mobile, right, 2007. In sometime around 2010, 2009, it was sort of a Web3 blockchain. But now a very new computing paradigm is happening. And I think that the next sort of Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, they are not going to be building companies on top of PC or internet. They might be building a company on top of Vision Pro, for example. It's a new platform. Everyone is a beginner. Everyone is new. So I welcome you to build something on top of it. And as always, be so good they cannot ignore you. Thank you.
Sultan, before I told that he's genius, so more energy, experience, and competitions. На самом деле, вот здесь много.
In fact, we have so many people, young people, you know, we have as many as possible. Arman, your energy, your practice, you know, and the comms, I keep saying, we met for the first time in 2016, you know, and thank you so much. So, elementary on McKinsey, you know. So we need to have more and more stories of success of that nature. So Arman, once again, thank you so much. Dear guests, So we started with the presentation of Mr. Khanov, and he told us about the support to be provided by the state. The next speaker told us about the Google opportunities. Other guests told us about, funding, granting, and so on. So, and Arman told us how to spend this grants. So that's a cool session. So we are far beyond the time provided. In Q&A, we're going to be having lots of questions. So 5 questions max. So Yur Sultan, nobody left. So good afternoon. Thank you for forum. So is ecosystem of Kazakhstan is ready for the first unicorn in the country? So Arman Suleimanov. So I'm interested in a common opinion even from the foreign guests. So number 1 and number 2 is going to be unicorn number 3. So the first 2 positions are almost busy. So who are they? Kaspi Freedom. So those are the tech startups. It's tech companies, right? So what is a startup? That's an initiative that could be scaled up. And a startup is a marketplace, So you shouldn't be wasting your money for each and every client. You do haven't scale up. You have Kaspi, you have Freedom. So unicorn number 3, number 4, and number 5 are going to pop up in the upcoming couple of years. I haven't named Kazakh AI startup because they're in stealthy at the moment. They can't talk about themselves. But this is going to happen in the upcoming 6 months. At least we're going to be having 5 AI startups. Thank you. Arman Alouad. In fact, this is the efficiency. In other countries, Arman told us about the venture funding and tech companies, and with minimum investment, we get the feedback. We have countries who've been creating that for years and years. Unicorn is not going to be something popping up in a couple of years. It's good for us to have champions, like Kaspi, and the maturity level allows them to invest. We make seed, at the P. However, we have lots of stories when the Kaspi and the group of companies make the selection and they fund into the diversification of other startups. And I think that in Kazakhstan, that's a good thing to do. So we will have more and more. So the young people here, one startup doesn't work, keep generating the ideas. Don't stop yourselves. We're going to be having more and more unicorns. I would like to add, we don't have 2 but 3, and it's eGov, and followed by Kaspi and FinTech and Freedom. So colleagues, we don't have any time. Next panel discussion is going to. So I have a mic. Sorry. So thank you so much for this forum.
I'm just a bit confused. You told about loans guarantee and about grants. Could you just make the difference between them?
So what we provide financial solutions, as you said, as you saw. So most of our products are grants based. So the grants, we give you the money, you don't give it back to us. It's a grant, you take it, you build your startup and etc. It's equity free, we don't take equity because we are a development fund. The loan guarantee, you go to the bank and you ask for a loan from the bank. Startups, they cannot get loans from the bank easily. Someone should be a guarantee that loans. So we guarantee that loan up to 15 million riyal, which is around $3.5 million. If they go, we guarantee that amount for the banks. So the guarantee is different than grants. We also provide, you cannot build an ecosystem only in grants, because if the grants will not be there for long. The grants will be there to nudge the ecosystem, to build the ecosystem and then lift. You have to have this kind of another financial tools or instruments like venture debt, loans, guarantees, lending, and etc.
So it's something like if the startup was not able to raise a grant, so they go to banks?
No. The grants are, so the grants that we provide is for a specific reason. So for example, if you are an entrepreneur and you want to build your startup, we give you a grant to build your startup. So the grants for a specific reason. If you want to do R&D projects in deep tech or emerging technology, we give you grants to do this. If you want to expand to global market and you have a very strong expansion, we give you grants for this. So the grants, it's this for a specific reason. It's not a fundraising. We want to encourage doing R&D. We want the entrepreneurs to build their startups. We want entrepreneurs as to build like international startups. And one of the things, actually, I met amazing startups yesterday, actually. Some of them, they have an amazing solution, but they built it only for Kazakhstan. They should think how to build a startup that can grow beyond Kazakhstan. And this is very spot on. And also, I met some startups here. They are building products only for Kazakhstan. You have to think how to build products beyond Kazakhstan.
Mr. Ibrahim, I know that you can say more words. After this, we can speak, because I see that administrator is new session, yes? Okay, thank you very much. Спасибо. Давай заканчиваем.
Thank you. We have to close it up. Next session is coming. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye.
Спикерам очень много полезной, интересной информации, поэтому...
Спасибо большое.
Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарды залдың кіреберісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарда залдың кіреберісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention. Digital Almaty форумының қатысушылары, сіздерді залға өтіп, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you. Құрметті форум қатысушылары, сіздерден телефон дыбысын басып қоюды сұраймыз. Аздаған минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайды. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Барлықтарына сәлеметсіздер ме? Қош келдіңіздер. Біздің
Welcome, dear guests, to the next session. So we're going to be talking about the software development. So please pay your attention. We are now waiting for Oskar Aitov to join us, and the first word is going to be given to Kaspost. So I would like to invite Nursultan, please. The floor is yours.
Сәлеметсіздер ме? Менің есімім Нұрсұлтан.
Good afternoon, my name is Nursultan. Thank you so much, Alina, for giving me the floor. And as it was said before, and actually I'm going to be running this session now. So I would like to ask you for your attention. So EventGo is the platform that gets people connected to the events, and those events actually allow us to get connected with the organizers. So I would like to make the short entry. I'm CEO and co-founder of this startup, and I'm also the lead PM in Kaspost, and I used to be working as a senior product in management in Parkour, and I also do have the experience of creating the products from scratch, and would deal with scaling up the product. So EventGo is the platform, as you can see, which is similar to Ticketon, and it's similar to Kino.kz, but we think that it is really outstanding. We created it since we saw the potential of the market, and you can make the great product, and actually it differs a lot from those platforms. It can be used as a social network, allowing us to put the points together in terms of the organizers and those who intend to participate. So let me talk about the B2C and B2B. It's important actually to mention about the fact that we have to spend a lot of time in order to ensure high quality of research and understand the the segmenting. You got to make sure that you do understand your users as far as this. So after having lots of CASDELs, we realized that it's hard to track the event, pay for the event. There's no opportunity to find small scale, information about the breakfast meetups and so on. And all we go for is the social networks, right? And this is going to help us out to promote the event. It's going to be hard to return the ticket and purchase a new one or rebook the ticket, and you have to take into account the rules of the service, so it has to be returned. I mean, the ticket has to be returned within 3/24 hours, and you're going to lose lots of money. And printing out the ticket, we experience digital world. However, we still have the printed out tickets, and that's a great pain. The next problem is B2B related, and B2B has to do with problems in terms of promoting the events. You know, there is no platform where you could find your targeted audience. So the major platforms are used in order to seek for more sales. However, there is no platform allowing you to talk about the event, to provide the information and ensure the targeted audience that you need. There is also no analytics in terms of attendance. It's not being tracked. However, it's important while developing the product and scanning the tickets through the platform. And the solution is that the platform is a large social network, you know, helping out to arrange even smaller size events. And for instance, if I have a party, you know, my intention is to create the event, you know, gather the people, raise awareness about the event, you know, sold out the tickets, you know, track the event. So our product looks like this. So, yes, as I said to you before, there was a lot of service in terms of discoveries and so on. This platform actually is very convenient. You can track any event, you can register yourself, and so on and so forth. So again, talking about us, we registered our platform 2 months ago, and we haven't spent money for, we have spent money for marketing, and potentially we have 200,000 different users. At the moment we don't have as many at this current moment. However, we have the audience that can actually address our platform, so make IT global, IT community. We partner with Astana Hub. We partner with Most, and we've been in negotiations with Digital Almaty, so you may find information and links to lots of events thanks to our platform. So if you have any questions, I will be glad to respond. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Nursultan, for your briefing, and the Q&A is going to be in the end of the event. The next speaker is Amina Baykenova. She is going to brief us about the product, documentology market oriented product. Good afternoon. My name is Amina Baykenova. I'm a document log market chief of the product, so it's not a secret that we experience the digitalization era, and the local developers do whatever possible in order to bring us over to the new future, the digital future. And in this situation, the cornerstone is to actually have the right tools to tackle down these issues, and this is what we deal with. Documentolog is the product that popped up just recently, and the services were provided for the clients always, and we decided to create a platform, a unique marketplace where business would meet up with business. And in a very convenient e-form and legal environment, the companies would have an access to the services provided by different providers. And at the moment we have 40 services, and 20 other services are unique. And I could make the reference to you. For instance, you can get different certificates by Atomican, for instance, and our service helps any applicant to get that certificate, not leaving the home, just using your computer. It's a very convenient form. So you send out the documents over to Atomican, they get it on their end, they process it, and provide the certificate in the electronic legal format. And looking at the development of the product, you know, each and every product goes through 6 stages, right, from the idea all the way down to the deployment stage. And upon developing it's really important to take into account each and every phase, understanding each and every phase. So again, looking through the prism of the documentolog market, which is a great system incorporating the clients and customers. So at a certain point of time we understood that it's easier and more efficient to have a platform where the market actors could meet up and receive services. And this is the first phase for planning and consulting. So should you have an idea, I would like to add personally, if you have an idea, right, if you have something to add, if you have something to propose of an innovative nature, don't forget about the 6 stages, idea, consulting, prototyping, testing, training, and be it in needing personnel or support, you have to keep it all updated. So please don't forget about those stages. I have more than 15 years of product development, both locally and abroad, and I can say that we have a thorough understanding of how the things are arranged in Kazakhstan. And I'm so proud to see young people making their proposals over to the foreign markets, and I'm glad to see young people striving for the digital future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Amina. And the next speaker is Timur Sharikenov, FinTech BTS Digital, and he's going to be reporting to us about the social payment and social wallets. Please, could I have my presentation on? Yes, I'd like to greet you all and thank you so much for making it here today. Day 3, gathered during the lunchtime is a great thing. You haven't left for a startup bubble, and hopefully this is going to be heating up compared to whatever is going on in the next room. So, briefly, BTS Digital, what it is. I think that you have met the products that we develop within the framework of our application I2. We have lots of services. At least half of you sometime would use I2. So you could see the registration services that are accessible and available for the users. It's wallet service, it's an opportunity to listen to music, watch video, place unique content, make the identification using e-government services and so on. So why should this be interesting for you, dear colleagues? Since, in fact, all of those solutions is something that comes in a package, and this gets reflected in a technical architecture. So let's have a look at that. So in fact, undoubtedly, whatever you see, it could be a mobile app, it could be an opportunity to listen to music, play, have your own personal account, have payments made, money transfers, and so on. You might have your own personal account, both as a physical entity and legal entity, and there's a technological step available for you, right, at certain given point of time. And there's some accessibility provided by the package. So for young startups, for young companies making your first steps forward, those who are in need of fundraising, those who haven't validated your idea, often at the early stages, the company invests a lot of money in order to have basic services, identification, signing, onboarding, an opportunity to have payment mechanisms and methods, an opportunity to retain the client and so on. So it's important to note that should you join I2, and if you try our application, and if you intend to place your product, this is going to be provided to you in one package. You don't need to be doing something extra. You just need to make very easy settings. Just by clicking a button, you would have an online wallet, and the clients would save their bank cards there, They do have a chance to use 2 clicks in order to, transfer your money from 11 banks. So any company who would join us may validate their hypothesis easily, because we do have the audience already, and that audience is from Kazakhstan, and you are able to keep your dialogue with push-up notifications, and those users, by making one click, could share the important information to include biometry, the data about themselves, where they live, and by doing so, you are able to optimize the non-profile development that you all have to be actually using in your operations, and you can concentrate on the idea that you want to verify. So it's really important. So talking to any investor, the DNA of your product is going to be optimized, and you'll be able, to directly provide a feedback, to directly provide, really quickly validate the hypothesis. And then after that, should you validate your idea, your hypothesis, and it's going to be too tight for you, you can go beyond, and you can go up to the second and third round of investment and concentrate on developing the other non-profile directions that are not typical for your company. So actually, it's important to note about the opportunities. It's not around the code. You may outsource non-profile stock. So we try to explain, in bullet points to demonstrate what's accessible for the companies to join I2. And one more aspect in terms of how to use the platform is that there's a chance to be provided for large banks who want to have large ecosystems. What we've seen so far is once we keep a dialogue with large banks and companies who have ambitions to build their ecosystem, we often hear that we want everything to do ourselves. We started like 3 months ago. We would hire IT staff, and we are about to launch ecosystem. And unfortunately, since we talked to some of those companies, 2 years already passed, and there's no large synergy. But we would like to propose both to small players and large scales, to have a box decision, automated creation of ecosystem by using our platform. And a similar list of services will be available, so 2 audience could be used for that. So, small startups or large startups, should you wish to have your own, service and just put the ticks of whatever you need. So you need to have a messenger, you need to have a profile. Should you interested in LTV, you would need to have non-profile services like games and competitions and so far, whatever. That's totally fine. We can get you connected with 11 banks, and it's going to take you up to a click, to get money transfers from any of those 11 banks. So again, plus minus whatever you see on the screen is all about that. So a couple of minutes is going to be spent for social wallet. I would like to use a chance to talk to this audience. I believe that we have young entrepreneurs here, and I believe that every one of you, if you remember, the famous series, what is the mission of your company? To make the world better. So the social wallet and the infrastructure of the social wallet can make you contribute, in fact. And what do we do? We have actually made it. And we made sure that we need to actually ensure the state support means, and from year to year, whatever happens, is that it's important to actually have the data-driven receiving approach, and you keep saying, you keep hearing about that, but not many companies implement this. What we do, we have integrated with the project that you probably heard. It's Smart Data Commit. So the digital map of the family. So what we do is we provide the opportunity to ensure there's a state support instrument, so that it will take you a couple of clicks, to ensure the state support, right? So take rate, success rate, and the way people actually the people suggest you, and having been inspired by our successful project like Digital ID and EU Tanish, this, in our opinion, is going to be the next step forward once as it was said by the state agency, in order for our state agencies to understand what they can do and how they can do it. So why am I talking about that? We realized that monetary means is 44 and non-monetary is over 100, and nobody actually knows that for sure. So we want to offer all cooperation to all of the companies who either receive receive the support and to ensure that the state program works effectively. So we would like to invite you for cooperation, and we will integrate that into the social wallet. So please, we would like to invite you. So what we have done so far, starting from 2022, we introduced that in outpatient clinics and schools. And why is it so important? So how we change the education. So the citizen needed to collect a lot of documents in order to have the hot food, and the matching is that it has to be checked and verified. So children come over to the to the canteen, and in the end of the month, they calculate the actual money. So this is how the things work. So how we changed it. And what we have done so far in 200 schools, proactively together with the family map, we provide, push notification saying that your child is good to go for the hot food. So we make sure that parents spend less time. So it's not going to be, no corruption, no nothing in that push service. It's pretty, ambitious regards, pretty ambitious plans. So please, let's partner. If you have any ideas, don't hesitate to answer. Thank you. We were very inspired by your speech. And the next speaker is Askar Aitulov, Coordinator Developer Relationship, Google. So Google Solution Challenge and Quote API. Askar, the floor is yours. Thank you. So Alina actually represents Google developers as well, so thank you so much. So I thank you for this unique opportunity. And in fact, I listened to lots of ideas in regards to AI. So you criticize why Saudi Arabia, was making a speech, and he said that you have to reorient to international markets. So where do we have Chinese border? 300 kilometers, yeah, that direction, right? And they actually use maritime transportation, but there's a shorter route actually. But the transport actually cheap products, on land. So why, if we have the expert for railroads, right? So it could be the global startup. Let's have a look at different types of cargo, to include the insurance and so on. So it's enough to make the real-time dashboard, and you will have the global startup. Should this be a non-IT related area, right? Most likely, that company won't be able to have that startup. If to make the real-time sheetboard, Excel is going to be not keeping up with, because 10,000 lines is hard to do. And it has to be programmed, right? So where to have the programmers? So the Google developers, I will tell you more about that. So, and if that person wants not Excel only, and in case you gotta have a data set, and Google Cloud may provide the access to that, and then you could actually add some artificial intelligence. So in terms of the artificial intelligence, you could use Gemini, and I will demonstrate to you how this works. If you don't want to be making the risk and so on, you can try making the prototyping, and actually the priority is given to the students. Once they say Google developers, there is lots of different dimensions. However, this is community, and the coolest community is GDG. So the coolest GDG is Tashkent. So here is Zadam and some other participants. So you have 3,500 people who gathered, and Alina gathered 1,500 people in Almaty versus 3.5 in Tashkent. So we opened Silkway, Google for Startups, that provides the entire actually the entire region, and women tech maker Bishkek. So any person who has a aspiration to become a part of this initiative, you're welcome to have the interview. And if you want to travel around the world and make speeches, you could become Google expert. But you got to be experienced in certain Google technology. There's only one Google expert in Kazakhstan, and he came from Moscow. He lives in Uralsk, and he became Google expert. And here's information about us. And in Central Asia, Google developers is growing. And we communicate with IT Park in Uzbekistan, Kyrgyz Association of IT Performance, Astana Hub. We make speeches during the large-scale forums, fora. And in Uzbekistan, there's going to be a similar initiative to Digital Bridge. So this is the solution challenge, which is a topic, and we might have any problem related to life called, has to do with sustainable development growth by the United Nations. So any project could be customized, be it water, be it air, be it any other sustainable development growth. So you could get mentorship and money, so $4,000 for the team. However, the applications haven't been received. 2 years ago we had 2 applications from Kazakhstan. Last year we had 50, and that's a great deal, and 25 from Uzbekistan. So it's almost nothing, to be honest. So anyway, the bottom line is that the last year it was the first time ever 2 teams from Tajikistan and 2 from Kazakhstan became the part of top 100, and 1 team became a part of top 10. So KBTU merged with NU, so that was the global demo, and the finale was between Korea, US, Japan, and Kazakhstan. That's a great thing. If people send submissions, so you may become top 10, and you will have globe fame and money. I'm gonna spend one more minute, and you can test and validate whatever has been mentioned about by I2 and Google Cloud. So, that's a joint effort. However, there's also a assessment criteria, and the judge how have you scaled up your problem, over the YouTube video. If you need an advice, I am at your service. So this is the slide in regards to our team. I won't stop on that. And then Arman Suleymanov made a speech here, so he told about Equator AI. And in order for you to make startup projects, you could have GPT-4. Yandex had their own platform, and the least expensive is Google. So you could then make testing. So this is the screenshot that I made. So if you play with the text, you could use the ready text, and you could, use the mouse, play with the settings, and you may train it in any language convenient for you: Russian, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Chinese, not only English. And that model is going to be kept for you, so you have the code, and then you get eventually a piece of the code. Last week they have updated the settings, and those who are not programmers, we were taught what the hashtag is. So From your website, there is a request coming to Google AI, and it provides you with the answer, and you get to the page. So you have introduced, for instance, AI. So it took me 5 minutes, right? And if you spend an hour, you could, have the prototype, or get the mentorship eventually. And if you proceed, I took cloud, for instance, is an important thing. So there is also Google Cloud. Google Cloud is the function that gives you an access to all external technologies available at Google. So, it takes us hours for Excel processing. You would need to even reload, but if we make the Yandex search, the Yandex is going to be processing, a billion lines, and in Google, Google BigQuery is a data set that you get access to free of charge, but there's also a chargeable version. So the bottom line is that they provide 350,000 US. And over here, you would need to have the exchange. There has to be some users, so it has to be a startup. So in fact, all large cities could be a good place for you to use this website. It was designed for non-chargeable use, and you could actually type the name of your city and have an access to the brief info in regards to your town. So this is my contact. Don't hesitate to write me in Telegram or send your messages to my email account. Thank you for an interesting talk. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. Google Solution Challenge is also available for coders and for program developers. Your team may be comprised not only of those who are working not in one university, but you may collaborate, and promote your hypothesis. And the next speaker is Aziz Janabayev, Director for Digital Transformation at DPP. Phosphorus plant, and Taras, he's going to talk to us about the modern software and its application in industry. Thank you very much. My name is Aziz Janabayev, as it was said. I am the Director for Digital Transformation at the Jambul phosphorus plant. It used to be a branch office of Phosphate, and my function is to create the transparent digital system visualizing all of the business processes. It includes the service for automation of production processes, the digital transformation initiatives. So our plant is the largest producer of phosphorus worldwide. We are the parts of the phosphorus along with China and Canada, and we produce tripolyphosphate of sodium, and our clients are the largest producers. Our clients are Procter & Gamble, Henkel, and last year we celebrated 40th anniversary of our activities and business. I would like to tell you a story about our plant. It's one of the largest plants, but not the largest one. But we do have a lot of informational systems, such as storage systems, material systems, SAP, 1C, the food tracking systems, CCTV, IP telephony, document turnover system used to coordinate different departments, corporate portals, and so on and so forth. And this year, I modernized information about our company, so we modernized 3 projects. It's access controlling system, business analytics based on Power BI, and mobile tracker system. So I would like to talk to you about those systems. So access control system is a basic system ensuring the physical safety and security. So those are the barriers, and as a key we use the electronic card with the data for each and every employee member. With the access, it depends on the level of access, level of security and admission. So all of the data was integrated with 1S database and data set, and by doing so we optimized a large volume of work, and we have not less than 3,000 people working. So it's a pretty huge facility, and now the access has been totally automated. And in 2024 we're going to be introducing the Face ID, and as well as the license plate identification, so that the security service work as security guards, not as doormen. And in terms of data analytics, of course, many of you might say that data analytics is not that important, but in fact analytics is something that everybody needs. Especially this is needed for top management to be able to ensure the control over the decision-making process. And after we have introduced data analytics, we have less time spent for decision-making. We optimized some of the business processes. We have revealed some of the bottlenecks, and we keep working in this direction, and we keep developing additional dashboards. So this is how the things look like. In terms of 2 other systems, which is HES systems and mobile tracker, mobile miner. I wanted to say that it's just the mobile applications, to keep it short, that are interlinked with certain data. So in order to ensure the safety and occupational safety, we created a system and with lots of modules, like modules on training, tracking, the routes, the individual routes for the miners, and we actually shrinked the time that we need to spend to train the newcomers, and it was enough for us to so that we could present the mobile app, and the individuals would know where to go to, so they would be notified about the route and so on. So the mobile miner is a similar software solution. It could be installed in certain types of smartphones, and the heat sensors also matter. So we also have placed the electronic maps, digital maps, and we uploaded the data for each and every type of equipment. And as a result, our employees just go through the NCC module, and the data gets decoded from in regards to the equipment, piece of equipment, or certain stationery on the way, and then right away you have it integrated with SAP system, and you get the notification that there is a wear and tear of some critical equipment. And this year we plan to modernize our corporate portal and integration. I've analyzed some of the companies have been really advanced in terms of those solutions, but we keep working. And we also do have the transparency of procurement. We call them the common catalog an inventory for procurement. So again, the archived documents is one more area that we focus on. So the intention is to put together all of the archives under one umbrella. And we also plan to have the unified system for inputting and processing reports and information for server reports on Power BI and business analytics. Thank you. Thank you, Aziz. So we intended to look at the product development from different perspectives, and the next speaker is a very interesting speaker who, General Director of Microsoft Kazakhstan, Sergey Yashchenko. So AI and innovations, please. Good afternoon. My name is Sergey Yashchenko, Microsoft. I live in Kazakhstan for 8 years, and I do have 3 slides. I will tell you a bit about the development and innovations, the way I see it, through the prism of working for Microsoft. The first message is that despite the fact that we are all different and diverse, I have no doubts that we are united by one important feature, and I believe that we live in a unique era when artificial intelligence popped up to the world, and last year and this year, for instance, we experience immense speed of dissemination of information. It is a great discovery, equal to the discoveries in mathematics, physics, discovery of America. Intelligence is not something that belongs to the individual human being. Now the intelligence is disseminated through the mankind, and it is going to be accessible in terms of different solutions, and it is going to be accessible for different individuals. However, at the same time, we still live in a world of limited resources. There's still inequality. There's contradictory conditions in the north and south, and unharmonized distribution of resources, and therefore we have to make a stake on innovations that were created with the help of AI. And right now, let me talk about how we view innovations. Microsoft loves OpenAI. OpenAI is the company that has generated ChatGPT, the first strongest and interesting product in the area of artificial intelligence. Microsoft has been developing the infrastructure and absolutely unique new solution of the planetary scale, and the current horizon for that infrastructure is quantum calculations and computations. And above that, about the infrastructure, such companies as OpenAI are able to impose machine learning on OpenAI models like ChatGPT. And using those innovations, such companies as Microsoft, for instance, make their products that I'm going to be mentioning about a bit later. And over the top of that projects, the developers are able to introduce their own innovations. consequently. So here's the structure that could seem one of the most productive ways to develop innovations. So how do currently all Microsoft products look like? I will talk about them in three aspects. So aspect number one, as of today, AI is included into all products of Microsoft. Word, Excel, Mail, Power BI. So number one, right? So artificial intelligence models created by OpenAI and other models have been included, and it will keep continuing. Why is it important? Because as soon as our developers or users, the phosphate plant, may be assured that the data the sensors read is your data. So the entire system is built on control and compliance to make sure that your data is protected. And once we add artificial intelligence, it stays in-house. The ethical standards Microsoft uses also are taken into account. That's number one. The second item, which is also important, those products are constructed in a way, on purpose, in order for developers to be able to easily use that innovation and put something on the top of it and have an easy integration. Next, this is a global system. If you have invented a good technology through that infrastructure, all you get is an access to your clients and planets worldwide using business ecosystem as well. So those are the three aspects that I wanted to pay attention to. And the last slide, I just wanted to make you three references, the three illustrations of in the neighboring countries. Currently, they do have artificial intelligence systems upscaled. So company UiPath is one of our clients. It is the company dealing with robotics, and they provide robotic solutions for automation of processes. It is located in Romania, but they work worldwide because they use a global ecosystem and global technologies. And as of now, they have integrated, they call it out of pile, and they have integrated tens of their services. Artificial intelligence helps them out to put the solutions together, have an access in terms of AI usage. UiPath is a unicorn. They do have multi-billion assessment, and it was created from startup. The startup that was supported by Microsoft, and Microsoft support, it's called Founders Hub, is accessible. So UiPath was the company who made all the way through the initial phase to UiPath. And the next is Situr. Situr is part of Koch Holding, and they created a chat based on OpenAI for the tourist portal, and what important is that they established it within a month, and it processes a huge traffic of users. Again, going back to the question, why is it productive? Not to develop something from scratch, to train the model, chase the chips, and so on. No. They're existing models. There are companies who choose to do that, and they can introduce the ready solutions within 1 month time. And then a third example, perhaps you have heard about this. As soon as AI popped up, the Emirates, to include Ministry of Education, became the part of this initiative, and they started making AI tutor. So this is in the individual assistant based on ChatGPT for students. So what makes it really interesting is that that project is run by a 20-year-old student. So he became the author of the startup, and the Ministry of Education supported it, and the 20-year-old guy, you see on the screen is the individual who was supported by the Ministry of Education of the United Arab Emirates, and those are the examples. And I hope that that was an interesting story. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good rest of the day. Thank you very much. It is one more tool for you. You may not invent your own models and promote your startups and make your research. So we have completed the speeches on time, and we have 20 minutes max for questions. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much for your interesting presentations. My question is for Nursultan. The session is called Product Development, so my question is related to development of the product's software development. So if we speak generally, are there any errors that founders might have on the way? So top 3 or top 5 mistakes, how to avoid them? How to build the relationships with your team, how to find your team members, how to engage investors. So could you please describe that? If not briefly, we could have a talk. Thank you. We've just started our way, and we're trying to raise awareness about our startup. We talk to investors, and I think that I could share my experience actually in terms of how we employed our people, how we hired. It's important to understand that you do have the users. You could have B2B, you could have B2C, and you have to realize that your team as well as your users need to be heard, need to be listened to, need to be having an opportunity to speak out. And Martin Agan helped me a lot in terms of team building process, and he has reiterated that in your team there is always going to be one toxic person and one maximum loyal person, so those two people will just push the team forward, if you find a way to have them, partnering. And while talking to the investors, it is important to mention about the fact that the investors look at the founders, they look at your background, they look at the successful projects that you have already implemented, and that piece of information attracts them more than the product itself. I also do have a question about that. So the question is for all. For instance, at our university at AlmaU, what we practice is that first-year students go through startup, and any programming language is taught to them. So you do have an experience of developing the product. I just wanted to find out, what were the errors while validating the hypothesis? So how did you find the first traction? So how to find the targeted audience? Perhaps you have interesting cases to share that would be, interesting for my students who are here today as well, because it's important actually to test the idea. So what interesting mistakes you would have, or often made mistakes? Well, Cool question. Well, it's directly connected to, and this is a continuation of your question. My advice would be for you, I would participate to many product development processes. I was a part of suggesting the product to the market, from idea to investment. And the most important is not to be afraid. That's number one. You got to make the plan, a decent plan. Without the planning, without weekly planning, without the tracking of what you have achieved so far, it's impossible actually to achieve the goal. And team building. You don't have to be actually comprehending your people as if they just work for you. You got to make sure that you can reconfigure the team at any given point of time. Reacting to the market is something that needs your attention. And in product development, it's important not to be afraid of changes and to be able to respond to changes in a timely manner. Thank you very much, Amin. I just wanted to share as well with my failure. 15 years ago, we made IoT, and it was good. We would place trackers and we would make end-to-end product. So you purchase a terminal, you place it on your vehicle, and you track a vehicle. And we believed, so much. We thought that we were super expert in IoT, and we said, well, the next is going to be, animal tracking project. And at the same time, our team members had 0 pets, but we thought that that would be, actually demanded. We had 300 points throughout Kazakhstan equipped with those devices, and for 3 months we sold 5 devices. And we didn't know much about agile technology, but you have to remember, that you have to be validating your idea. You shouldn't be deviated or fooled up by not having validation. I think that we spent a lot of time talking about validation. Yes, 15 years ago. Yeah, the lean methodology wasn't on the market. So next question, please. I wanted to ask a question. Aziz, I inspired with the process that you've launched. The plant that has been functioning without automation, to automate it, it's hard to do. I was born in Jambal region, so I would like to clarify. So you used use cases of other plants, so you would automate, or you had your own research and did the thing? Well, thank you so much for your question. Well, frankly speaking, we had some bits and pieces and tips from other plants. We have lots of employees who joined our plant. We have them working for Urocam, and we actually build the system on optic fiber networks. We had wireless connectivity within the plant, so we ensured comms, at the perimeter. So that's a stage-by-stage operations. We started back in 2022. We're a little bit behind the schedule. However, because of some organizational issues, we're a bit behind the schedule. However, anyway, speaking specifically about the comfort, I'd like to say that the employees who spent decades working for that plant, my grandfather and my mom and father, they worked at that plant, and we are true patriots of our region, and that's really, something that we're proud of. The entire Kazakhstan is proud of phosphorus plant, and that was made by the employees who worked there, and that was purely the initiative of the employees. And the question to Timur, Could you tell us if I do consider itself as a e-wallet or as a financial organization? Well, you know, we don't position ourselves as the payment facility. We are the payment organization available for Kazakhstanis. Hopefully many of you use it. You know, we have, you know, different services from acquiring all the way down to terminals, kiosks. That's a standard tool, standard plus tool for any financial organization, I'd say. I wanted to ask Scott a question in regards to social challenge. Is it necessary to use Python during the contest, or JSON, JS, any other, GCURL, any technology solution, any programming language? It's really good. Nobody is paying attention to them. You can use any. You can use 1S, you know. It's up to you. You know, solution challenge, you know, is something that you got to do, and you know, you need to look at video at YouTube, you know. So they watch for 15 seconds. You know, it's hackathon, right? And I just wanted to respond if it is relevant. So in terms of where to look for the first users, such subject matter study is important. So ArcelorMittal, Taras plant, any large enterprises, should we all together, you know, we are office slash university officials, you know, unlikely that we spend our days at the plant, you know. There are many issues, sometimes, you know, easy things that you see in your office, or when I'm in the mine, you know, my reality looks different, you know. There's sometimes, you know, Soviet sensors, you know, and I'm not going to be having time, you know, to understand what, and so being a subject matter expert is really important. So there's an experience in East Europe, you know, so we gained that experience as a result of the industry conference. Over here, if you have a startup, you won't find clients because you're so diverse. But in case if I make you know, the product for logistics, you will get the first pilot easily. If you make it for the, you know, university, you have to join the educational conference. I have a question, so thank you, speakers, for your stories. So in terms of the social wallet, my question. So you have I2 wallet and social wallet. Is it like a branding for social wallet? So what KPIs will you look at while developing that social wallet? So thank you for your question. Those are the different wallets. They are not related to each other. The social wallet is where you get all of the measures for stat support, and this is where they have to be aggregated. And our major metrics is to ensure the better efficiency of social support measures. So every single service is to depict what issues you know, have to be covered, you know, where we lose money, you know, or where the money isn't used in a proper way, you know. If the person is not aware about being entitled for, you know, social preference, so we try to track the social path. So from the social wallet standpoint, it's important to understand that the stakeholders the number of stakeholders is a lot, and it has to, work for all of the stakeholders. It's important to listen to a citizen, and again, the metrics are less to do with finance. They are more to do with quality, but on certain items, we have a belief that we could optimize state budget and ensure the transparency of spending and identification instruments. The tracking systems for expenses may ensure the transparency. I got it. But talking about I2 wallet, you also told us about this. What plans do you place? Well, this is the infrastructure story, so that the companies could join I2 and could use it, would have the entire set of financial infrastructure. We have partners that we work with, and they will be using our large platform, and in order to monetize their services, our wallet is good to go. We understand that wallet is not valuable. It's important for it to be next to some service that you can pay for. Thank you. Thank you. If no questions, I would like to ask Sergey a question. How Microsoft promotes products in Kazakhstan, and how you personalize in Kazakhstan, and what are the most popular products of Microsoft in Kazakhstan? Yes, we have lots of personalized products, office products, cloud products, and interface products, language products, and even we have products for machine learning on identification of text, translating the text, transferring audio into text. We support Kazakh language, for instance. So those are the most popular products. So it's important for us to make sure that Kazakh language is integrated into the roadmap of our products. Cool, thank you. And the last question to all, the wishes for the startups who just start. And could you please share and we will close the session with this. So I would like to say that the basic technology simplifying the life, zero coding, and undoubtedly API integration, Telegram, and zero code. So 90% of all of the solutions will be sorted and testing the idea using low code. It's important to understand who your targeted audience is and what solutions you try to develop actually. And while developing a product, you think that you deal with some issues and you're attached to those ideas and you want to validate them, but then you gotta try to invalidate the not to validate the idea, but not to invalidate the idea and hypothesis. You will have the list that is going to be helpful for you to understand what you deal with and what solutions you have to provide eventually to the user. I wanted to add in terms of the hypothesis, what we do with our teams while developing a product. We brainstorm every Friday. We have minimum 3 hypotheses. It could be anything, it could be product development, it could be adjustment, so different hypotheses in order to have a look at their product and see whether it works or not. And the more hypotheses you try on a weekly basis, the better you know your end user and the better your progress is going to be. And in our region, for the last 15 years, we have lots of problems, so lots of money, not many projects. So why so many grant programs? You know, everybody is giving out grants. You know, Yandex, Google, you know, they provide money. Please, you know, startups have the money, and we don't have as many. Even though if I'm not that smart, but I will try to do my best. You know, have it repeated. I will have something. You know, in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, in the entire region, no matter in post-Soviet. Why? Because there's no competition, no projects, lots of problems to automate. So advise all of the programs, grants, you know, not so many projects. Most likely your application is going to be adopted. So next year you can make it here during Digital Bridge. It's a pity that there is no universal advice, and if it is, then we would find out about it. I think that it's important to be inspired by your idea, and undoubtedly validation of ideas has to be suspended, but if the team is not inspired by the idea, if you are not inspired, then most likely, even though if you validate the segment, you find the sponsor, it's not your need number one, it's not something that you are always thinking about, you will get something unsuccessful. So I wish you to be infected with the idea and present it 1 year later. I'd like to recommend you the following, so 2 things. The first, think about your objective. So it could be called an idea, I don't know. So think about your target. So what is your final goal? You know, like for Odyssey, it was coming back to Ithaca, coming back to home. So think about your idea, about your target. Number 2 is during your journey, remember about your target and forget about everything which is not related to it. Be attentive, be conscious, so that you can make a choice in the direction of your goal and get some joy and don't be harmful to others. So more joy to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that we may endlessly discuss the topic, how to find the end user, how to form the hypothesis. So thank you so much for being here and goodbye.
Для нас классными такими информациями поделились. Вот, хочу всех поблагодарить. До следующих встреч.
Дорогие участники, проверьте, пожалуйста, свои номерочки. Никто не потерял номер 3121. Штраф 2000 тенге.
Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарды залдың кіреберісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention.
Уважаемые гости, пожалуйста, покиньте на время зал, нужно провести определенное подготовительное мероприятие.
Digital Almaty форумының қатысушылары. Ілеспе аудармаға арналған құлаққаптарда залдың кіреберісінде ала аласыздар. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, наушники для синхронного перевода вы можете получить у входа в зал. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, simultaneous translation headphones are available at the entrance to the hall. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, сіздерді залға өтіп, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Алматы, просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you. Digital Алматы форумының қатысушылары, сіздерді залға өтіп, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники форума Digital Almaty, просим вас пройти в зал и занять свои места. Спасибо за внимание. Dear participants of Digital Almaty, we kindly request you to proceed to the hall and take your seats. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники. Спасибо, что посетили наше мероприятие в целом и дождались завершающей панельной сессии. Думаю, персональные данные очень важны для всех нас, поэтому хотелось бы представить вам гостей, самого себя, наверное, буду модератором, Фокуса Виктор Владимирович.
And I would like introduce Mr. Evgeny Pitolin and the rest of the participants is Ruslan Abdikalikov, Diana Tursunbayeva, State Agency for Personal Protection Data, Kyrgyz Republic, and Christopher Campbell Holt, Registrar, so Johnny Aniadze, the Republic of Georgia, Personal Protection Data Department. So I would like to give the floor now to the representatives of the legislative and regulatory framework. Ruslan Kizhibetovich, please, the floor is yours and your presentation will be demonstrated on the screen. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm so happy to see you all. Well, the last day, closing panel discussion, to have so many people is a cool thing. Actually, I wanted to say that we're going to be talking about the most interesting topic, not because we are professionals in IT, in cybersecurity. We are regular citizens who have personal data, and we're concerned about making sure that it is protected, the personal data is protected. So, and we have entrusted keeping our personal data to the state. And let me start with the fact that last year on December the 11th, the president of the country signed the law on making amendments into some legislative acts in terms of information security and digital assets. I would like to say that in case if you don't know, our ministry is the regulator in 4 areas at the same time. Number 1 is informatization, information security, personal protection data, as well as e-documentation and digital signature. So all of those functions are being regulated by the Committee for Information Security. There is no need to mention why we protect those matters. They're interrelated. There is no need to reiterate how important personal protection data is. So eventually it all comes to cybersecurity. So without proper cybersecurity, there is not going to be any protection of any personal data. Same refers to digital signature or electronic document turnover. So what we did, the ministry now has the control to act as the auditors, and you know that there were 2 articles in terms of breaching the conditions for ensuring protection of personal data. However, there was no state control. Until 2020, there was no regulator to be responsible for personal protection data, and our ministry eventually, back in June of 2020, was identified as the regulator. And last year, back in 2023, now we have a standalone stand control. The next stage was to ban any copies, any hard copies of personal identification papers. Next, ensuring the measures to avoid any dissemination of personal data, and I recommend you go into eGov and verify the status of your personal data. And the next one is the bug bounty measure. So let me briefly talk to you about what functions for state control provides us. So number 1 is better efficiency in terms of avoiding illegal use of personal data, risk mitigation, and we also do consider appeals and complaints from citizens. Last year we received 120 complaints in regards to protection of personal data, and 800 complaints were registered in 2023. So citizens reported about the violation of their personal data protection provisions, and the committee is responsible to ensure proper protection of personal data. So the state control function is going to help us to do that. So I would like to talk to you more in regards to the ban to make any hard copies of the identification papers of the citizens. We try to protect the rights of the citizens in order for them not to get copied, or for instance if they come to an entity and then third parties make the copies of the documents. And once we asked business actors about why are you keeping the copies of those documents, you bear responsibility for storing those copies and so on. And for instance, if there's a leakage of that paper copy of the document, now there is no requirement actually to keep the hard copies. So therefore, we tried to ensure that there is a better trust in terms of ensuring protection of the personal data. We do have digital documents, so we have launched the service ensuring the protection of personal data, and there is no need actually for us to make any extra copies now. So the interlinked issue is that the citizens have to be notified should their personal data be leaked, and this allows us to provide the timely response, ensuring transparency. So how does this work? 2 years ago, we created service aimed at ensuring data protection. So all of your permits that you provide in order for third parties to keep your personal data is kept under one umbrella package. The citizen may not memorize who's been authorized to use his data and who has not been authorized to do so. And we tried to actually make sure that it is absolutely transparent. So we notify the citizen by providing him an access to his personal account under the e-government system, so that he or she could have an access to the information in regards to what entities have been entitled to use his personal data and what have not been entitled to do so. And plus 800 complaints that we received in 2023 is just a drop in the sea. This year, I think that we will get many more complaints in regards to misuse of personal data. For instance, in eGov, what you would get is a notification that some company, would get an access, and, those doubts then result those citizens sending us the complaints, so we make the audit whether there was need and whether there was an allowance, a permit provided by the citizen to use the personal data. So should there be no permission to use the personal data, then we impose different penalties over the entities. The next is a voluntary refusal to apply for bank loans. So any citizen could limit him or herself. You just put a tick saying that you don't want to have any loans, and this is really convenient in terms of self-control and ensuring financial literacy. And this leads to less fraud, actually. And we used to be having lots of complaints coming from the citizens saying that I did not address the financial institution. However, that financial institution allegedly provided me with a loan, but I found out that I do have that loan only after all of my bank accounts were blocked. So that small tick in eGov allows you to get rid of such problems. And what's most important and interesting is once we launched this project in August, I was one of the first ones who put the tick. And in September, I came to the shop, and then the bank refused to provide me with a loan. You know, I wanted to buy a digital device for my daughter. You know, and I started thinking, why, did they refuse to provide me with a loan, And then, I remembered about the tick I put in the EGOV, and once I got rid of it, I managed to get the loan from the bank and bought a device, for my daughter. Next stage is establishing a program by bounty. In fact, we have Oljas in the audience. Oljas is one of the founders for this program in Kazakhstan, and we launched a pilot about 2 years ago together with Cyber Attack Center. Perhaps you heard about this company. This center counters the cyber attacks. So what do we suggest is to not be one of the offenders, actually, and they could legally, find the vulnerabilities and sell information in regards to vulnerabilities over to the owners of information. As soon as the owner of information receives information, that vulnerability, thanks to the bug hunter, is eliminated. So during the pilot, what was interesting to find out is that we found the vulnerability in water supply system for Astana. Can you imagine what could happen potentially? There was a vulnerability and nobody knew about it, and thanks for that initiative, we received information about that vulnerability and we got rid of it. And then the next very serious vulnerability covering the entire domain of Kaznet, 180,000 domains were exposed to a very interesting danger, and that vulnerability was found by our researchers, and over 1,200 researchers participated to the platform. They got registered. As far as I'm concerned, we received 1,800 reports, to include those reports in regards to the problems within the electronic government, which is really important. And now at the legal level, Kazakhstan became the first to introduce bug bounty program, so it is going to be actually led by the state technical services, and plus the private bug bounties could be created as well, along with the state-owned bug bounty lead program. At the moment, we have 41 centers for informational security, and every center could have their own program. So actually, you are not limited in terms of what provider to go to. I just wanted to brief you about the objectives that we have for this year. The first is changes in personal data. Business sometimes is not aware about the means to protect personal data. The next is strengthening the responsibility for violations in terms of personal data protection. So at the moment, the penalties are up to 100 minimum calculation rates, and we actually suggested to increase the penalty threefold, and we want to actually look at the more advanced practice, which is going to be leading to calculating those penalties depending on the turnover. The next is illegal use of digital signature. The problem at the moment is when the digital signature could be handed over to the senior accountant, and this is a violation of the law. We bring that person for responsibility, and the accountant who would use the key of the top manager is not a subject to responsibility. But we think that both parties have to be actually have to be acknowledged guilty, you know. So it works like in the case of corruption, you know. The accountant should have said to the top manager that I'm not going to be using your digital signature because I don't want to be paying my penalties, you know. Just please use your own digital signature to sign your own document. So we also want to regulate the procedure that describes the process of collecting personal data. For instance, a lot of information is provided in regards to physical entities, you know, their personal data like name, patronymic and first name, and the individual identification numbers are accessible through the open sources, and we want to regulate that as well. We also would like to introduce the cyber insurance for data sets consistent of data in regards to over 1 million users. And at the international level, we want to make sure that Kazakhstan joins EU convention 108 plus, you know. This is the convention in regards to personal data protection. Last year, Kazakhstan joined the Budapest Convention in regards to cybercrime, and I personally participated to that work starting from 2011, you know. So we want to speed up the process, and hopefully Kazakhstan is going to join that convention 108 plus sooner. So thank you, and if you have any questions, we will respond. If we don't have time to respond now, then let's have a side talk. Thank you, Ruslan. Some of the speakers need to take a flight. Our colleague Christopher is having a flight very soon, so let us give the floor to you, Mr. Registrar. So could you please share what you have prepared for us, and could we ask you about what you think in regards to international law? Christopher, allow me please to start with briefing about what you do. Victor actually was a bit confused about your position, so perhaps our guests are interested in what you do. So please tell us about that and what you have for us today. And from the international law, could you please comment what would raise concern, and did you have any legal collisions and so on? The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you for allowing me to speak early on in the panel, given my unfortunate travel requests and requirements. I was really honoured and privileged to hear the previous speaker. I have lived in Kazakhstan for 7 years, and I have to comply with the same requirements as anybody else here. It's enormously helpful for me as a foreigner living in Kazakhstan to be able to utilize the technology in the same way everybody else does for everyday life as a person who lives here. What I've been asked to speak about is a different topic within this bigger topic, and it's about how an international court based in Astana at a new Astana International Financial Center manages day-to-day case personal information. So this is quite different from general access or general state control over everybody's and protection of everybody's personal information in wider society. What do I do? I'm Registrar, Chief Executive, and I'm an enforcement judge at this international court based in Astana. The President of Kazakhstan asked us to come here 7 years ago to create a more favorable investment climate through the Astana International Financial Center. There are other initiatives in Kazakhstan and throughout the wider Eurasia region working towards this. What I do specifically, I created that court and some of the English or international legal system within the Astana Financial Center. And the idea is to build a system that looks like what it might look like for investors, foreign investors, say in London or New York or Paris or in Singapore, Hong Kong. And for the first time in the whole of Eurasia, we've now created an investment center, if you like, for foreign investors or regional investors to bring, we hope, as much money as possible to Kazakhstan to pay for things like new road projects, road construction projects, to pay for more medical hospitals, to pay for more university buildings, more schools, to invest in the energy sector, to invest in other types of really important sectors of the economy of Kazakhstan. And we hope that there will be more tax revenue, there'll be more money for the government as a profit from all this international investment. So what I do is run a court which has international judges in Kazakhstan. There's a similar model in Dubai, throughout the Middle East and in Asia, which is familiar to the international investors. It's different, it's independent, completely independent of the state, although it's sponsored and paid for by the state of Kazakhstan, with the full support of the president and the government of Kazakhstan. And the idea is that when a foreign investor comes here and they need to have their investment protected, their legal rights protected, they can come to us and get the same style of justice that they would get if they were in London, New York, Paris or somewhere else. But we want their investments here. We don't want it in London or Paris, New York, we want it in Kazakhstan. So the President has asked us to set up this facility to give them what they want with independent, international standard justice. So we've done that. How is that relevant to what I've got to say today? The personal information that comes through the cases, the real disputes that we give justice on, is entirely managed independently by our court, by our judges, and by our case management staff. And that's really important because it's about earning and gaining the trust of international investors. They don't sometimes understand how things work in Kazakhstan. Maybe they're from Sweden or from Australia, and they're going to pay millions and millions, maybe billions of dollars into the economy of Kazakhstan, but they don't understand how things work. So we created this international system that they will understand. So I'm not going to comment on what's right or wrong in terms of protecting international personal information from an international perspective. I'm going to simply say, how do courts like ours in Kazakhstan protect personal information? So I support absolutely everything that the previous speaker said about why it's so important to protect personal information. Courts like ours, in particular, process a broad range of personal data. It relates to actual casework, dispute resolution work, which may be very detailed, and sometimes the information will be very personal and very sensitive to the people who are coming to Kazakhstan. Our general principle in our court is that justice must be shown and be seen to be done by the public. So the public are invited to come and see our cases. It's completely transparent. Everything is shown. The judgments go into English, Russian and Kazakh languages onto our court website, which everybody can see whenever they want to. But that said, there are certain types of particular sensitive personal information which we don't publish. So essentially, if it's information that's personal, that is not included in the judgment, in the final decision of a judge, our court protects it. It is never shown to anybody because it's so sensitive. If the government of Kazakhstan or another investor in Kazakhstan wants to protect particular information, they can apply to our court to say, we don't want that information to be shown on the website in the judgment of the court judgment because it's so sensitive. Maybe it's information relating to children and it's not appropriate for it to be on the website. Maybe it's strictly confidential government trade secrets or official secret information or national security information. Of course, that will never be published on any website. That's strictly confidential and is protected by the court. It's really, really important that I say very quickly now at a high level for everyone to understand that if we don't do this, if we don't provide that level of protection to the international investors, they will not have the same trust and confidence to invest all this money into Kazakhstan in the way that we believe they are currently doing so. And we say that publicly because that is what the investors have told us directly to our faces. And I'm talking about some of the bigger American corporations who are investing here in the energy sector, in other domestic sectors, and they have told us that if we did not protect them in that way, or at least if they did not believe that we protected them in that way, that they simply would not come here with their investment. And that would be very sad. It would be a considerable disadvantage to Kazakhstan's economic reform program. So the types of information which are protected, it's typically sensitive names and contact information. It's sometimes very detailed. It relates to people's racial or ethnic origin, their political opinions. We never publish anything like that. Religious beliefs, trade union memberships, genetic or biometric data, and health data. The categories of personal data are processed by courts like ours independently, depending on the nature of the proceedings concerned. So, for example, courts receive personal data in the context of court cases from parties who are bringing the proceedings. Maybe it's the person bringing the claim, maybe it's the person defending the claim, or their legal advisors, their lawyers. Witnesses giving evidence, witnesses are always brought in to validate, to confirm the accuracy, the truth, if you like, of the evidence being given to the judge who's making the decision on the case. That is all protected. We never publish that because it can and often is very sensitive information. All of this, of course, is governed by law. We have our own regulations within the Astana International Financial Centre, the Data Protection Law regulations, which governs all of this. This applies top international standards, again, to meet the expectations internationally of the foreign investors coming to Kazakhstan. Each court, including our court at the AFC, has a data controller. It's our registry, and overseen by the Chief Justice and the judges deciding the cases and giving the judgments. This is all dealt with within the meaning of the GDPR. For anyone who doesn't know that, I should think you all do. The General Data Protection Regulation, it's a European directive which has found its way into a lot of international legal principles to protect personal information. We use personal information with the approval and the consent of the people whose information it is in those cases for statistical analysis purposes. We want to know, for example, how many cases involve women or how many cases involve men. We want to get an understanding of where the investors come from, which countries they come from, how much money they're bringing to Kazakhstan, and all of that sort of information. So that's very important personal information that we capture, but we keep it confidential unless it's in a court judgment. All of this is contained in court records. I like what I heard about why does personal information need to be recorded and stored for a long period of time or any period of time in hard copy. Courts traditionally have huge warehouses full of hard copy documents, but the problem is they tend to catch fire or they get stolen and there's security issues. So we keep everything electronically. Sometimes for legal reasons, for court decision reasons, we have to have original copies of documents with original blue ink signatures. We keep those for a very limited period of time. And when the judge has given his judgment and there's nothing else that can happen, that judgment is final, we destroy all of the documentation so that there's no possibility of any breach of security or breach of confidentiality. So to sum up, I want to say that from an international court justice perspective, for international investors, which is what I do, it's what I'm here for, and have been for 7 years now living in Astana, we respect the rights of investors and other Kazakh people using our courts for investment-related dispute resolution with absolute strictest confidentiality and absolute 100% guarantees of protection of their personal information. If it is not on a judgment on a website, it is absolutely safe from being breach of security or anything like that. And that's a very, very important point that we always promote to international investors, to give them that trust and confidence to come to Kazakhstan with, we hope, their significant financial investments to help everybody in Kazakhstan with more taxes and, I hope, better welfare for the people through the government's expenditure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Christopher, after this you may leave at any time convenient for you, but we have so much prepared for you. We will be missing you. So, Christopher, if you are in a hurry, so you may go, but we want you to make it for the flight and have safe travels.
Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
So actually today it's good that we have foreign guests. That would be great actually to look at their experience. So Diana Tursunbayeva, could you please make your presentation? So you do have a clicker, so you're fine, good to go. Yes. Good afternoon, dear guests, dear colleagues. I'm the representative of Data Protection Agency, Kyrgyz Republic. I'm happy to see you all within the framework of today's event and share our experience in terms of protection of personal data in Kyrgyzstan. Since today, digitalization has allowed us to simplify our life in all of the areas whatsoever. It's important to remember that there's such a thing as the leakage of personal data. It refers to every single individual, and the personal protection data organization is not only responsible for ensuring data protection, but we also ensure a right for privacy. And today I'm going to be making the review of the State Agency for Personal Data Protection, and both in Kazakhstan and Georgia and other countries we deal with one area, we protect rights, and perhaps you will find something interesting in our expertise and experience. So Kyrgyzstan has the law for data protection, personal data protection, and it was adopted back in 2008, but the regulator was established in 2021, and it's been functioning for 2 years, but within 2 years in a row, we have completed a vast amount of job, and the structure of the agency. In CIS countries, State Agency for Personal Data Protection is the only one independent body, as we make audits for state agencies and private companies. The state agency consists of the committee, council, and as well as we provide training, and the training is provided by the training center. So this slide demonstrates our indicators for efficiency for 2 years since we've been established, and on a permanent basis the agency has completed vast initiatives in terms of informational system development purposed for personal data protection and simplifying the lives of our citizens. And this indicator depicts the basic aspects, and we have concluded MOUs and agreements with international organizations. We have conducted audits of state agencies, and we provide conclusions and legal statements. And in Kazakhstan, as it was said before, up until recently, since you did not have a regulator responsible for personal data protection, you did not have any submissions, but once your regulator was established, you started getting the complaints in regards to personal data leakage. So in terms of the legal framework, the state agency is regulated by personal data protection law. Back in 2017, there were amendments made into the initial laws of 2008, plus our activities being regulated in accordance with the decree of the government of the Kyrgyz Republic. And as you could see on the screen, there is a decree in regards to how to get a permit from the subjects of personal data, the requirements for informational systems, as well as personal protection data included into the data sets. So, and I will tell you more about the peculiarities. So at the legal basis, we have adopted local acts, and this is done for the agency and for the subjects of personal data. And you could see international cooperation descriptions. So for 2 years we conducted a memorandum with Hungary, Belarus, and we are now going to conclude one with the Republic of Kazakhstan. And should I comment about the technical level? Here comes the general register for citizens of Kyrgyz Republic, and any user could see what personal data was collected and what was the purpose of that collection, and who can get the access to the personal data. You could actually use the QR code as a reference. You could have a look at the performance of the legal entities. It could be healthcare providers or any state agency. So we have registered 1,230 entities, to include private and state-run, and the state-run agencies prevail, and at a certain I'd like to say that it is actually compulsory to register. In accordance with the law of the Republic of Kazakhstan, it is compulsory to get registered, and any legal entity has to be registered anyway. And over here you could see the constructor for confidentiality policy. There's also a QR code, and the constructor helps you out to if you are a legal entity, to have the turnkey policy for confidentiality. And at the moment, you know, the awareness about that initiative is to be enlarged. And the agency also have arranged different meetings in terms of arbitration, and the expert council activity is being regulated. We also do have a working group established together with the representatives of the law enforcement agencies. In 2023, we had IT audit, and the IT audit was arranged in order to raise awareness within the state agencies in regards to the importance of personal data protection. I'd like to say that yes, indeed, the law was adopted many years ago, and we wanted to make sure that there is an audit of the performance. And as a result, we came up to a decision that we have to keep raising awareness of state officials, and this actually is really important for us, and we expect to have secondary audits arranged in order for us to see the tangible results. Just recently we had Privacy Day, and we arranged testing of state servants in regards to how well they know the law, the privacy law, and we had a hope that the state servants, while getting themselves prepared for testing, will be notified about the importance of ensuring private data protection. You could see the results. So 412 servants were tested, and the results demonstrate that predominantly state servants don't have enough knowledge about privacy. And at this very moment, we work on amending the current law. Since a lot has changed, and we have developed the new law, and some of the items get simplified for the subjects, for the developers, for the holders, and so on. So if you are interested, you could have a look. At the moment, we are going through the discussion process, and we also intend to have the amendments to be made into the law for data protection, as in Kyrgyzstan there's only administrative penalties at the moment, but we want to strengthen the legal framework in order for those who possess private information actually have better feedback from it. And we also teach Kyrgyz citizens in terms of digitalization. We have courses on cybersecurity, personal data protection, and digital skills. This is done in order to raise awareness amongst our citizens. For 6 months, the training center has conducted over 100 trainings, and we have provided the certificate, deputy ministers, and so on. And you could see our social networks, use those references, and perhaps you could leave your wishes and recommendations, or send us out a note or ask me now. Thank you. Thank you, Diana. So the questions will be asked later if we have time for that. Thank you so much. A very interesting presentation. So we've seen a lot as experts, and hopefully there's going to be a separate body to deal with personal data protection issues. So thank you very much for your feedback, and we're now interested in the Georgian experience. So Johnny, please. Johnny Chuniadze, the floor is yours. So as a co-moderator, so this is the last session. We may close the doors and not the people let go. So if you make the last presentation, so we have lots of questions to be addressed. So let us be brief in terms of presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, dear hosts, for this. I'll try to be very brief. So about Georgian data protection service, it's fully independent. It's fully independent from government of Georgia. It's under Georgian parliament. I will show you the structure of our authority. Our mission is to establish culture of respect to private life, to rights, public awareness, and society, and so on and so far. Well, it's of core of principles of activities of Georgian personal data protection services: lawfulness, respect of protection human rights, objectively, importantly, professionalism. Evaluation of law of personal data of Georgia. The first law of personal data in Georgia was established in 2011. So it was like the 108 Convention of European. It says data protection principles, obligations for data controllers, and also rights of the data subjects. So the next law, the second law, was adopted in 2023, just last year. It sets many obligations of data controllers and also the rights of data subjects, like the consents of data subjects must be given freely, specific, informed, and unambiguous. What about the new law? It's close to European law, it's close to GDPR, so it says, as I said, quite big obligations for data controllers. For example, they should have data protection officers. It's like DPO, and also they have obtained prior authorizations from PDPS. for cybersecurity guys, from IT guys, I want to mention that in our law now it says that data protection must be like when you're creating new design or new systems, you should know and you should think about privacy. It's called privacy by design and privacy by default. So it means when you're creating something, you should think about privacy from the beginning and not to the end, because when we go on the inspection, we can oblige the controllers to make some measures to change some techniques, and it costs money, and no one wants to pay much of it. I want to talk a little bit about structure of our service. We have 4 departments which are conducting inspections. It's like Public Sector Oversight Department, the Private Sector Oversight Department, Law Enforcement Oversight Department, where I'm from, and the Department of Planned Inspections. We as well have a planned inspections in Law Enforcement Oversight Sector. There's a president of our service. She has deputies. We also have legal departments and IT departments who is helping. They are helping us with the inspections. So it's like the process of our inspections is like review applications, study lawfulness of process, providing consultations, awareness raising events. I just tell you some statistics now. The last year we have more than 600 inspections. There were more than 6,000 consultations for the data controllers and data subjects. During the inspections, we are studying whether there are legal grounds to data processing, whether there are principles, whether appropriate organizational technical measures. We also check how security of personal data. It's quite different than cybersecurity or informational security, because the security of personal data, it's just about the data which are personal to the human. Quite differs somewhere. For example, in USA, the personal data is different, and Europe is different. Like 108 plus convention, we have the same definition of personal data. Any information which can identify person or identify it later, it's like linked or not. I want to mention planning inspections every year. So when we're playing, we are taking account the risks about data processing, the information which we are collecting during the inspections or meetings or consultations. So we plan the inspections. This year it will be like more than 100 planned inspections. From this, 20 will be in the law enforcement sector, like it contains Ministry of Interior's prosecutory office, like Ministry of Probation, and so on and so forth. I already mentioned what's the difference between cybersecurity and personal data protection. It's like similar, as you said. It's about protection, but it's quite different. Like the cybersecurity, it's all about the electronic systems whole, but the data protection is just about the data. We are studying like technical measures and physical security as well of the data. You mentioned hard copies which can be lost or stolen and so on. I want to mention as well the cybersecurity field regulation. And I'm to the end. It's Law of Information Security of Georgia. We have a national cybersecurity strategy, and we have a national action plan of the national cybersecurity strategy. We have 3 certs in Georgia. One of them is controlling the government sector. The second one controls the private sector, banks and energetic companies, and the third one is in the Ministry of Defense. It controls and it secures the NATO classified information, just NATO classified information. Four of us, the 3 certs and the PDPS of Georgia, are working together. We are sharing information, and now we have an ongoing meeting. It will be held in the next week. We are sharing information. We are working together to fulfill the action plan of the cybersecurity strategy, and sharing information about incidents as well, like threats and so malicious activities as well. This slides after is about how we are collecting the feedbacks from our users. We have Facebook site, Facebook website, mail. Every data subject can send us complaints or their mind of the data processing. So I think I'm to the end. I'm ready to ask your questions, to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. It was as marvelous as short. Это brilliant. Yeah. Thank you. Продолжаем двигаться, коллеги, друзья.
So let's proceed, dear colleagues. Well, although we've been talking a lot about the state, however, statistically, the leakage, at least currently, is something that is generated by business. We have regulatory session, partly. So my question is for our regulators. In addition to turnover penalties, so how else, using a carrot, could you stimulate your business in order for business to protect personal data? And in order for it to, be thinking about data protection. So 2 minutes for response, please. Well, in fact, there are not many carrots for business, right? And they're all dried out. Well, I think that last year, for instance, one of the novels within the law that we have introduced would have to do with independent notification, self-notification of business. This is something that we want to promote in the future. Once we introduce that norm, the entity who would, see that there was a leakage of personal data, the critics would say, the entities won't tell about their performance, and we would explain, just wait a second, there's a certain norm under the criminal code, are you threatening? No, I'm not. So, yes, those who violate, of course, I do. But, that was a joke. But in the admin code also has the norm, if you notify, self-notify about the violation, then it is not possible to audit and to levy a penalty against such an entity. So what would be the carrot? We would like to make a classification for voluntary addresses in regards to the problems. The level of the penalty will go down. And for those who haven't made it, voluntarily, and we would find out that he would know, then consequently the penalty is going to be even larger. There's going to be a carrot for those who made a statement on a voluntary business. And what is the carrot? So once the subject comes over to us, if we cannot punish, what can we do? We have to help them out, and this is our major role, so we help in terms of, methodology, and we provide technical support. So the entire set of assistance that we have as a cyber shield parts could be incorporated, but at the early stages, once there is a, notification and the information is not disseminated through internet. So thank you. I like your ideas, but at the same time, I'm not that surprised. So, Jenny?
To stimulate business, do its job properly, to protect us. Maybe, I don't know, Chacha, Khachapuri, Vine. So what do you use to make a nice deal and not, to break the fingers?
Yeah, it's quite good reasons, but I think it will not help. It's about reputation, everything. If you do not protect data or do not protect your systems, you have breaches, you have incidents, you are under attack, you are under risk. No one will come to you and pay. As well, I want to mention the fines. So in Georgia, it's an administrative fine, begins from $600 and it goes up to $30,000. So like the authority and the fines, I think, and the awareness raising is very important. We should all know, we should realize that we should protect data and human rights. It's not about data, it's about human rights.
So when you're speaking about reputation, so you actually propose to shame them, right? Yeah. Okay. Ну, то есть отличная история, простые, да.
Classical joke, you know. An individual asks, what will I do, you know, if I don't pay off the loan? You know, if you don't make it, you know, you're gonna report to the Lord on the 6th if you don't give it on the 6th. Thank you for your question. Well, a very interesting question, and I would like to totally support the other colleagues. Well, firstly, you know, as regulators, what we do is we provide technical and methodology support, the tool, in order to ensure the compliance with the law. And it's also important to say that we act in the interests of the company. And reputational risks are huge because there is a notification mechanism under the law, and for the company it's not beneficial, you know, if clients find out about the leakage of their personal data from the regulator. Because for clients it's very important to make sure that their data is well protected. And subjects of personal data, our citizens, are very attentive, and you know, perhaps this is the only answer you could get. You know, not using a stick, but using a carrot, they might be asked to comply with the law. So, you know, let's register, you know, OYAN-KZ, you know, and, you know, list the companies who have worse reputation. So, Victor, the floor is yours. So I just wanted to say that no matter how the regulators try to you know, the leakage is still there, and the fraud makers, you know, who speculate the data, that is growing. So I just wanted to ask you, why is it happening, you know? So there are the types of attacks that get repeated, you know, and what would be the legislation discrepancies, you know, or shortages of legislation. Perhaps the legislation is not perfect, and hackers, not hackers, but the offenders, you know, they feel freely to, you know, get added to the databases and so on. Well, in fact, we keep thinking about the issue, and without having a comprehensive approach, there's no way around it. Last year, in the end of the year, we had discussions in Telegram channels, you know, personal data of our citizens and CIS country citizens popped up, and it was related with the Eye of the God system. And when we made the analysis and we found out about the existence of that system, you know, we came out to a conclusion that it is not about the data that the cool hackers would hack. You know, the majority of that data would have to do with whatever is being made by parsing from open sources, you know. And this year, and in my presentation, I reiterated we want to think about how we could actually have a look at this loan. You know, the state, you know, by becoming open, you know, is giving out the personal data of their citizens, you know, and smart people just use it. And I think that this is the main problem. You know, there are not so many, you know, technical leakages when the hackers would hunt and dig it in. You know, they use it illegally, right? So how can you punish them in order not to, you know, well, in order to punish, you know, you have to limit of what can be given out and what cannot be given out. So we think that we will need to have additional competence for the ministry. There has to be an arbiter for that. In the law it says necessary and appropriate. But it's not said who identifies that level of necessity, So any owner of personal data identifies. So one person wants, 15 fields. The other person says 5 is good to go, And as a regulator, I would say, one field would be good enough, Why did you, publish the entire set of information in regards to the person, So this is the approach of the state. Yes, we used to be open. We published a lot of information. Perhaps we need to, stop it. There has to be a regulation of how you provide information in regards to your citizens. Once you provide the agreement, the article number 9 on privacy. There's a whole list. When the agencies may use your data, and we have to actually narrow that window down. So, in fact, at the moment, this is the major problem. We will deal with the fraud makers and offenders later on. We are the suppliers for the eye of the God. I'm so glad that there is a understanding. Thank you. And in fact, Ruslan Kirshibekovich answered my question. I would like to ask your guest. So, do you believe that the privacy right that this is possible actually from the perspective
how in the internet nowadays? So is it ever possible, or is just what we want, but it's not available for us?
Oh, it's quite hard. It's quite hard question and quite hard answer I have. It's almost like impossible to disappear from the online because of the Google and other such programs. They're crawling the web and collecting
because
information.
Because of Barbara Streisand effect, right?
So in Georgia we have the data subject have right to require a raise of the data. But I had a case when the Ministry of Correction delayed the data, but it still was in the Google because the Google crawl collected and
like a white elephant, he never forgets.
And we obliged the data control, and now then the Ministry of Corrections to take proper measures and to give Google the update information. So it's not always so simple because the little companies, the business doesn't have enough knowledge, technical knowledge to how to set up their webs and electronic information. And it's like, I will say that you will still exist in the online, but before that we should think what to share online and what to not. Like the Facebook, like our photos and information, it's not about the control just. It's about our knowledge and education as well. So we should think before do something.
Thank you. Diana, как у вас с этим обстоят дела? Вообще вот
Diana, how do things look like, so do they demand to delete, delete info, and is it possible? Thank you for your question. The law of the Kyrgyz Republic doesn't provide for a right to be forgotten. The right to be forgotten is a right to be deleted totally. And in Kyrgyzstan, since it's not provided by the law, then the citizens don't know about this possibility. Of course, there are people who would like to be forgotten, but this understanding comes after the leakage of personal data. So there's a leakage, for instance, and then after that, citizens come up to asking to delete. And in terms of the second question, is it possible or not? I can't give you the answer, but I think that nothing is impossible. perhaps if there is comprehensive measures taken by the subjects and the state authority, perhaps this is something that we could think about it. But I would like to recommend to each and every one of us we would like to actually treat our personal data carefully, since in digital world every single person leaves a trace, you know. There's nothing, should it be left in a digital platform and social networks, this is going to be remaining there for the rest of the life. So we would like you to start from yourselves, and we will try to do whatever possible in order to avoid this situation. So thank you. Oversharing. So in order to avoid it, we have to fill the messages. So what questions do we have remaining? So thank you so much to these guests, and despite the fact that the half of speakers is not here, I have lots of questions from the business in terms of transboundary transfer of data. Just recently in Kazakhstan there was a hype. So who owns personal data? Is it the subject or is it the state? And many kept saying that it is the state. But if it is the state, then I would need to go to another country. So it was a hype, actually. We've done a lot in quasi-state companies, and in our opinion, the legislation in transboundary transfer is in fact being violated. So in a state informational system, do you keep the legislation? A good question. We had the requirements on transboundary transfer of data, and we think that subject to actually compliance, there's not going to be any violations. But the next question is whether it is insured or not. The consciousness is gradually evolving, and we are raising the awareness amongst the businessmen. So hopefully this is going to happen. However, for transboundary transfer of personal data, we need to take technical measures in order for data to be transferred via good informational systems. I wanted to say that we used to be having a case, a large company, international company. I'm not going to be making an advertisement for them. So they deal with automation systems. So they deal with accounting information and so on. And they made a statement that in terms of personal data protection and technical solutions, there's only one company. We had to So how does this work in your case? So currently, we are working on depersonalization for transboundary. So for informational systems and so on. And think about it. Thank you.
Yeah, the previous one, and then I have mine.
Okay. About trans-border transfer of the data, in Georgia we had a problem really about this because we know that there are international companies, Georgian companies are sharing information to the other companies outside of our borders. They are obliged to notify our service to take permission about transferring data if the country is not in a white list. We have a white list of the countries, like most Europe countries are there, and the business doesn't need any permission to transfer the data there. But if they want to transfer data like in USA, they should come to our service. We're checking the contracts between the companies, and if we get sure that they have a law of data protection or like something, the country who's receiving the personal data will protect it. We give the permission, but of course not everyone comes to our service and not getting permission. They're just sending information with each other.
So you basically check them. It's like kind of quick audit before you allow them something to exchange.
Yeah, like that.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's interesting. Что на самом деле, коллеги?
So, dear colleagues, and what I like in your countries is that in addition to the tempo of your small business development, how actually good you are, and so based on the topic that we discuss, so whatever Apple, Google, or Meta haven't mentioned, you will cover, and our government. So actually, it's hard to have self-marketing. And a couple of years later, a business won't be able to gather the data. So when is it going to happen? And how can you market yourself? So in accordance with this actually issue, it's so in order to protect nicely, we have to so business is not that well protected, Johnny.
It's like a chain, this process. If the business can sell its product, there is no money. If there's no money, there's no
taxes.
Food. There's no food.
There is no
there's
taxes
no need
and there
to
is no
protect any
government.
information, but it should be regulated, like in Georgia. In Georgia was very popular the SMS notifications about like some commercials and some products, like I don't know, maybe you do have the same as well. So now they were like sending the companies, they went to the electronic companies, making order, contract, and the electronic companies sending the SMS notifications to the people. So now they should have a consent from data subject to send him a notification about something. So, and this is quite big problem for business because they are not able to collect the information. Without that, they would have a quite huge problem, but we are working on it I think, and I'm sure we'll find some decision, but now it's strict, it's regulated, and it's problem for business.
So now it's basically work in progress, but no solution yet.
Not solution yet.
Okay.
The solution is that they should have a consent to send SMS notifications, not just SMS notifications, just example.
Frankly speaking, I'm sad. I hoped to hear that you still have some, some future set more clearly for them, but basically not. And I can say that for people here in Kazakhstan, that's practically the same. Okay, Victor, время для последнего вопроса, мне кажется, это нашему.
So Victor, the question for the last question. So the question is, we came to the end of the session, so we would like to find out your opinion quickly. What are we to expect in 2024? What focus do you have in terms of personal data protection to complete?
Interesting. The EU will define what is AI, and they're trying to regulate it somehow. But I don't know how can they do that. So it's quite dynamic process. The new technologies, AI is most companies are using it. I've attended some panels there. In the government system as well, AI will help to make some decisions, and it's quite disturbing as well regarding the protecting of personal data. But maybe would have some technical problems, and if whole world, whole environment will depend on the AI, there may be, and I'm sure there will be some problems. So there will be new regulations about this, and the new fields will be regulated. I'm sure, and I think that you will try to regulate some fields, but let's see. I think that everything will be fine. I hope for this.
When I was speaking right now, somehow I saw Sarah Connor somewhere waiting for AI. In your eyes, I just saw the hope that there is somewhere Sarah Connor who is waiting for it.
It was a dream when we were watching the Terminator. Yeah. It's like we thought it was a quite for future, but
yeah, the future is not set. Okay, great, thank you, Diana.
Спасибо большое. Thank you very much for a very interesting question. Well, actually, at the moment, 2024 is going to be the year when I said to you about our plans. We plan to have the new law adopted in terms of data protection, and after the law is adopted, we're going to be implementing it, the intention is to develop technical tools, as at the moment the state agency has to deal with the issue of perhaps it was a gap before, as you asked previously. It's hard for the business to navigate, and we have created a self-assessment, and thanks to the self-assessment they could check the informational system for vulnerabilities. So it's like de-identification, and this year we will try to introduce these norms, and we will keep going in terms of raising awareness amongst the citizens, since protection of personal data is the function that is hard to be implemented without the participation of the subjects. So we will work on that issue. Thank you so much. When you said that developing self-development, the auditors, raise the assessment, evaluation. So Victor, the closing. Thank you, dear participants to the panel discussion. Let us give a round of applause to the panelists. So dear colleagues, our session and forum is end. So my kids are waiting for me at home, and you know, they're sending me out some signals that they're missing me at home. So once we got ourselves prepared for the forum, the objective was so this is going to be the forum for subsoil users. Then we said perhaps, you know, some AI could be injected, okay. And now, and before that, you know, we had session with Ruslan on fintech and MasterCard session, but we still speak about the practical security based on a very important issue, which is human rights centered. So we speak not only about technical funny things, but we speak about, in fact, a right for privacy. I wanted to ask Christopher about it, but do we believe, no need to answer, into the right for privacy? So this question is to be answered to all, by all, the government, the market players, and citizens. Do we have the right? And in order to answer, use not only artificial but natural intellect. Don't deal with oversharing, and then your right for privacy is going to be kept at a decent level. Thank you, and be safe.
Спасибо.